Oh my gosh. Welcome, welcome to Dead Man's Rest. Last time we played this was a couple months ago, I believe. But anyways, I am Jackal, also known as Lopertinger. Today we are the Sheriff of Yaoi. Because this is a BL game. We finished... I'll hit start so the music shuts up. We finished 2 routes prior to today. One was Taza, the little Native American youth, and then the other was Hollis, some ranch owner. And today I think we're gonna go for the bartender. I think there's definitely the enemy that you can go for, and I don't know if you can go for the actual sheriff in the town in this game. He's part of the intro though, so maybe maybe you can go for him. Alright, let's get this started. That night started just like any other. My butt was sitting on a rattler on my way home to some 2-bit town in the back end of nowhere. Golders Rock they called it, though I never heard of no gold there. Never heard of it at all until 2 days ago. I got a tip from one of my associates that a wanted criminal by the name of Wild Bill McCoy was hiding out there. See, I'm a bounty hunter by trade. I prefer living the drifter's life. Just me and my revolver. Easier that way. You ain't got nothing to lose but your life. Ain't been long since old McCoy and I had a run-in last time. This one's a bit personal. I've wanted to see McCoy dead for a long time. Everyone around here knows he's my target, and they ain't to interfere unless they want a bullet in their face. He got away once, but he ain't doing it twice. Is my mouse distracting? Hi. Exclamation mark. Dead Man's Rest. Something else was going on that night though, while I was on that dusty train. See, there had been some sort of trouble there. The highfalutin mayor, you see, didn't have too many friends. Seems someone was out to get him. Not the mayor! Oh no! The saloon was full. Buckaroos playing cards, cheating cards, and drinking all night long. The mayor was at the bar. He'd been on the red eye since dusk, and at midnight he tipped his hat, tip, and left the saloon all roostered. Hey Jed, have a good night. Bad move for a man with enemies. Guys watched him go, tottering around. Something bad was bound to happen. That's the menu. Can I press enter with spacebar? Seems he made it home though, just about the time I drifted into town. Perfect. First place I went was the saloon. A dirty, crumbling old joint by the name of Dead Man's Rest. Title drop! Name drop! Full of guys, the mayor had only just left 5 minutes before I arrived. But no man paid me attention except the barkeep. That was fine with me. I was dragged out. Got myself diggins there just for a few Lincoln skins and settled in. Lincoln skins. Yuck. Figured I'd rest for the night and set out at sunrise to settle the score with Wild Bill. Ain't no way I could have foresaw what would happen that night, or the kind of men I was about to meet. Well, you better meet a few men. What's her name, McCree? Bang! There he is. That's us. That's Bill, I think. Lee McCartney, not McCree. that's Overwatch. Jed Matlock, that's who we're going for today. We did Taza, check. We did Hollis, check. We did. John Cartwright, that's the sheriff. Oh, I guess there is a route. There's a CG in the back. Wow, Bill McCoy. So, yeah. Sorry I was late today. Some people had to come to my house to do things with stuff with the house. So I was like, let me not be interrupted midstream. I got up the next morning thinking nothing was amiss. Packed up my plunder and headed down to the bar, intending to be out of town and over to Wild Bill's hideout by noon. Until we thought. The barkeep stopped me as I was heading out the door. He was a tall man with long blonde hair and a kind-looking face. Hey stranger, you hear about what happened last night? Didn't hear nothing. Mayor Dalton's gone and been done. Found dead as a doornail first thing. Sheriff's rounding up a bunch of guys for questioning. Old Dalton didn't have a lot of friends. This wasn't good news. Ain't never good news when a shooting happens in the town you're in. Too much attention. And even worse, I was an outsider. For all they knew, I could have been hired to do it. Barkeep was looking at me like he thought I might have been hiding something. I kept his gaze. Sounds like some bad business is going on around here. You could call it that. Best watch your back though, stranger. It seems the streets ain't safe. Especially if they think you did it. You think I did it? Why are we looking? We're both looking very smug right now. He looked at me for a long time. Nah, don't reckon you did. Good. You're clearly a discerning man. I say what I see, and what I see is a stranger who ain't got nothing to do with it. I got my own theories, though. Good to have theories. I ain't involved, though, and want to stay that way. Maybe I'll see you around. Sure. I left the saloon and stepped out into the street. Red Dead Redemption 2 looks different. Seemed like news spread fast in this little town. People were all over, whispering and pointing. I spat on the ground. Ptooey. Looked like I was gonna have to make a statement. Show these guys I weren't no killer. At least, not outside of the law. Before I could do anything, though, I heard another voice behind me. Oi, stranger. I want a word with you. I turned around to see the sheriff standing square and looking me in the eyes. He had a groomed mustache and slick hair, looking like he took good care of himself. What for? Acknowledge the corn, stranger. I think you know what's going on. Better acknowledge that corn. Ain't nothing going on as far as I'm concerned, except my job. And what's that? Bringing criminals to justice, same as you. I took out the crumpled wanted poster and my bounty hunter's badge from my bag and showed him. Well, but McCoy ain't gonna turn himself over so can I get on my way? He looked over my stuff, then back up at me. He didn't want to let me go easy, especially since folk were watching. That'd be embarrassing. I don't trust you, stranger. You're high on the list for who might have committed this crime, and ain't no way I'm letting you skip town. If you try to leave, I'll pull a bullet in your back. He gave me back my papers and badge, and I put them into my bag. Sounds mighty impressive, but I know you can't shoot no innocent man, Sheriff. You can't prove nothing on me, so your hands are tied. We glared at each other for a minute. He knew he couldn't keep me there. Thing is, the longer he was suspecting me, the less time he was spending looking for the real killer. The longer it took to find the real killer, the longer he'd suspect me. Did we actually find out who killed the mayor last time? I think not in Taza's route, but in Hollis's route. Because Hollis and the mayor are what? Brothers? Cousins? Something like that? I don't remember. I don't remember. And for that whole time, the harder it'd be to find and kill Bill. I sighed. You want my help, Sheriff? I ain't bad at finding stuff out, and I want justice, same as you. The sheriff didn't look too pleased at that. Keep your nose out and let me do my job, Greenhorn. You don't know anything about these parts. I sized him up. No, but I know a lot about the kind of men I meet. Men are the same everywhere, you see, Sheriff. He narrowed his eyes. He knew what I was implying, what I was accusing him of. He spat at my feet. I'm handling this investigation, so don't get in my way. And don't leave town. Make me! Try and stop me. He turned away, spurs clicking, and sauntered off back to the station. Seemed I wasn't going anywhere, so I wheeled round and went back into the saloon. Bill would have to wait. Looked like I had a new job on my hands. The barkeep was washing up when I went back in. He gave me a hard look but didn't say nothing. I sat down at a table and turned my badge over in my hands. I needed to figure a way out of this before it got ugly. At that point, I overheard two guys sitting one table over. Yeah, old Hollis. Heard he went to speak to Dalton the other day. Thought them two never spoke. Thought they hated each other. They did, but Hollis was completely soaked the other night and kept going on about family ties and all that bull. Could be there's summit fishy there. Shh, not so loud when you're accusing folk. Anyone in this rum hole could hear us. He shot me a glance and I looked down at my badge again. That sure was interesting. Some estranged family member who could be involved in this. I thought perhaps that'd be a good place to start investigating. Let me save. I'm on a new PC and it didn't transfer my save file, so I wonder if they're gonna gatekeep me from McCoy's route if I don't replay the other routes. Let's see. On the other hand, these leaky mouths probably have no idea. I'd have to rely on more than just gossip to work this mess out. Seems Lady Luck was on my side. Before too long, the barkeep came round to my table. Howdy, stranger. Can I get you something? Howdy. Nah, I'm good. Wait, why is our waist so snatched? I just noticed this. His eyes shone with curiosity. Seems he likes to know who's coming in and out of his saloon. As a good barkeep should. Could never be me. I gestured at a chair by the table. Want a seat? Don't mind if I do. He pulled out the chair and sat down. For a moment, he didn't say nothing. He had an easygoing manner about him. Made a man feel calm. I found myself admiring his hair. It looked sleek and like he took good care of it. We said that about the sheriff, too, and his well-groomed mustache. Too quickly, I had to derail that train of thought. They weren't gonna lead to anywhere good. Hey, Exo Beast. VN means visual novel. Yes, yes indeed. We are playing through, Dead Man's Rest. Would you consider... I think I default to saying playing through a visual novel, even though it's mostly reading. For long, he spoke up. So, what brings you to town? You said last night he was just passing through. Yeah, then that happened. Oh yeah, we're solving the murder of the mayor of this town. But we were supposed to go get revenge on Wild Bill McCoy. But then we had to go and be involved in this murder. I thumbed over my shoulder towards the street. Sheriff Cartwright says, on account of the murder, I ain't to leave town. The barkeep sighed. Yeah, he gets all wound up sometimes, and ain't nothing changes his mind. For what it's worth, stranger, like I told you before, I don't think you done it. No? Nah, we didn't do it. He knows because he totally didn't sneak up on us while we were sleeping in our room at night and saw that we were just sleeping there the whole time. Totally. Dalton had a lot of enemies, people lining up to make sure he had an accident. You weren't one of them, so what do you care? Him only puts fat on the fire for you. Fat is in the fire when someone's actions have major consequences. Watch out! Watch out, the fat's in the fire. Watch out, it'll smell real good though. At least if what you're saying about not staying in town is true. I like this guy. It was really easy to be around. Pretty useful skill for a barkeep, and dangerous to stay near him too long. More dangerous for me than most. Sitting here with him, it made me feel more comfortable than I should have been. Watch yourself, Lee. My name's Lee McCarthy. I held out my hand, and he gave it a firm shake. I've heard of you. Blackjack, right? The bounty hunter? Oh, he's heard of us before. The very same. I'm Jedediah Matlock. Everyone calls me Jed. It's nice to formally meet ya. Pleasure's mine. He let go of my hand with a smile. Boy, was I in trouble with this one. Ruh-roh. So you must be on the lookout for Wild Bill then. I'm surprised he caught on like that. Dude, he knows too much, too fast. Hold on. Does he work for... Is he a freaking spy for Wild Bill? Have I been making it obvious? How'd you know? He shrugged. Man hears things round here. Some gang of ruffians turns up a month past, causing trouble. They tried a major heist at the bank last week, so they gotta be organized by someone pretty dangerous. Then the famous Blackjack shows up out of nowhere, and everyone knows Blackjack has his eyes set on Bill. If we're so famous, how come the sheriff of this town doesn't know who we are? Ain't hard to piece it all together. I was impressed by him. He had a smart head on his shoulders, not what you expect from your average barkeep. It also meant I had to be careful what I said around him until I knew where his loyalties lay. Couldn't be too careful. Word gets around fast in a town like this. You're pretty sharp, Jed. Was it me, or was he blushing a little at that? I think it's you. Nah, just get used to hearing things is all, being a barkeep. Folks say a lot more than they ought to when they've been on the Who Hit John, a generic term for hard liquor. Who's John and who hit him? Well, the alcohol hit him. Been running this joint for 3 years now and they don't ever change. It's a long time. You from around here then? Nah, I'm from further out west. Just ended up here one day and saw the opportunity. Are they, you know? They might be, you know. At least Lee McCarthy definitely is. I didn't ask how someone like him ended up in the butt end of nowhere. Usually they weren't good stories. Seems like you made a success of it. He appeared to appreciate me not asking any further after his past. Yeah, it ain't a bad life. He looked me square over and then seemed to come to a decision. He leaned in conspiratorially. I followed suit, sensing he was gonna say something important. Don't you have the bar to, like, keep? Mr. Jed, barkeep? I had to concentrate hard on what he was saying instead of on his eyes. Characters with blue eyes be looking at you like, They were like the color of a summer sky in Arizona. Say, if you're really after Bill, I can help you. I like you, and it'd be good for all of us if Bill was out of the way. He got a condition, though. With his face so close to mine, I felt like I'd give this man anything he wanted. Bro, don't be so weak, McCarthy. Come on. What's that? You gotta come back by tonight. I don't want to see you up the spout, because you didn't obey the sheriff. Up the spout. For up the spout, then you're facing financial ruin. It's because you're like trying to like suck out the last of the water in the spout because you don't have money to pay for more water. You're like, anyways. And I don't want him coming to me asking where you got your information. It'll get a lot more difficult for us both. Can you promise that? I locked eyes with him. This man seemed honest, and I wanted to do right by him. We just met him, bro. He knew what he was asking of me, to stay here, even though he was going to give me the means to get out. He was putting his trust in me. I wasn't sure I deserved it, but by gum, I was gonna try my dangest to show it where it misplaced. Exclamation calling upon God. Sure, I'll be back. Count on it. Yeah, totally. I spit in my palm and offered it to him, and he did the same. A gentleman's oath. That is disgusting. We're already exchanging fluids like this? Sharing fluids? Alright. Alright then, I heard Bill's camped up at the old farmhouse northeast of the river. It's about half a day's journey from here on foot. Follow the path out of town past the station, then head east until you hit the riverbank. It'll take you straight up towards it. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, just a wee bit unsanitary. He leaned back again, looking around as two new guys entered the saloon. Jed, you better wash your hands. We better wash our hands too. Gotta go. You better be back by sundown. Don't be serving up drinks with your nasty hands, Jed. I nodded to him as he headed back to the bar. I had the information I'd come for. I knew where to find Bill, and right now, there was nobody watching me. Now the question was, what should I do? Brave to do that before penicillin was invented. They don't know. They do not know. Do they know? No, they don't. They just be doing things. Head straight to the hideout. I can scope it out and head back by sundown. I ain't gonna disobey the sheriff. Best ask permission before I go. Should we be a good boy, or should we be a naughty boy? You can be a good boy. Best ask permission before I go. I figured if I went to the sheriff with the actual location of Bill's camp, he might be more willing to lend me an ear. Personally, you're a baddie. I don't want to get caught by sheriff out there. He's like, I told you to stay in town. And we'll be like, That's okay, that's how we save in these routes, in these choices, so we can come back and make a different choice. For one thing, I was helping him out, taking a problem off his shoulders. And for another, he'd know where to find me if everything went bottom side up with the investigation and folks started asking. I can understand him wanting to keep me in town to uphold his reputation and all, but at some point, a man has to draw a line and say, this ain't right. Sneaking out weren't the way to do it, though. It's only right to be upfront with him and ask him fair and square to his face. He's gonna lock us up, isn't he? That's the way a respectable man does it. Yeah, Lee McCarthy's respectable. I could get the measure of what kind of man he really was. Uh-oh, wait, are we gonna divert off to the sheriff's route instead? He wouldn't have a reason not to trust me. I headed out, tipping my hat to Jed. Sun was shining down on another baking hot day. Dust was up in the air, getting in my eyes. I put my head down and made my way to the sheriff's office. And we weren't far from the saloon, Golders Rock being a small town. Sheriff. When I got there, I noticed 2 mudsills in the cells. Sheriff weren't nowhere to be seen, though. Perhaps he was out. The prisoners weren't paying me no mind, so I sat down to wait. Oh, he's sliding on over. It weren't long before Cartwright came slamming into the joint, arms in the air and clearly mad about summit. His hair was still perfect when he pulled his hat off. It's the sweat. I wondered how he did that. Wig? He caught sight of me while walking in, and I could see him getting madder by the second. Then he turned to me and sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. What do you want, McCarthy? I got real problems I'm dealing with here. I took off my hat before responding, figuring being polite would help my case. Oh, we're like being a really good boy right now. More flies with honey and all that. Just a minute of your time, Sheriff, if you'd oblige. I eyed the prisoners behind me as I spoke, and Cartwright seemed to catch my drift. He glared at me, then grudgingly led the way into his office. Once we got in, he sat down wearily and threw his hat on the rack, putting his feet up on the desk. Spill it, McCarthy. What's going on? Someone said something to you? It ain't like that, Sheriff. I want to ask your permission to leave. He sighed. And I already told you, you ain't going nowhere until this case is done with. Do you not speak English? Can I make it any plainer? I try to keep my cool. Getting angry wouldn't make this any easier. I found out where Bill's camped. I can give you the location of where I'll be, and if you have any problems with folk or you want me for questioning, you know where to come find me. I've shown you my credentials already. You know I'm speaking sense. And if I take out Bill, I'm saving you some work. The sheriff closed his eyes and took his feet off his desk. Look, McCarthy. You don't seem to get the stuff I'm dealing with here. Folk look to me and make sure this case is getting solved. And if they don't see me investigating the right problem, the right people, there's gonna be problems. I'm accountable to them. I'll be straight with you. I don't think you've done it. But if they do think so, I gotta be seen to be doing everything according to Hoyle. You get me? According to Hoyle means according to the rules and regulations. The phrase refers to Edmund Hoyle, author of a book of rules and instructions for games, mostly of the card variety. According to Hoyle. I understood plain. I was just hoping I could get him to look the other way. It seems Cartwright was a straight man, though. At least he weren't suspecting me of nothing. You're just doing your job, sir. I get it. What changed? You seemed to think I was suspicious earlier. Cartwright pulled up a file from his desk. I checked out your records with the federal government. You're clean. That was fast. No connections to Dalton. No prior visits to this part of the country. No strange bank accounts. As far as you know of. A few petty crimes here and there, but nothing to write home about. You are who you say you are. A bounty hunter here to get Wild Bill. Killing the mayor is more trouble for you than it's worth, so what'd be the motive? He threw the file on the desk and looked out the window. I can admit when I'm wrong, McCarthy, and I was wrong about you. I just can't let you go yet. Not until this whole mess is sorted out. Because them out there don't know what to believe. I was frustrated, but at least he'd had the decency to explain it. So what am I gonna do now? I can't go get Bill. I can't leave town. How long do you expect this investigation to take? Cartwright put his head in his hands. It'll take as long as it takes, McCarthy. If it's a job you want, you'll find plenty of work around here for an honest man. That should help keep you until we find out who did this. Thanks for your time, Sheriff. It was clear I weren't going to get my way. He seemed sorry for it, but that didn't make it any better. I put my hat back on and tipped it to Cartwright. At least I was in his good books. Can we sneak out still? I left the sheriff's office and headed back towards the saloon. I needed to decide what the deuce I was gonna do next. What are our options here? Oh, we're gonna go to sleep. Later that day, I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling and contemplating what to do. It was clear I couldn't leave town without provoking Cartwright. I'd gone through a lot to get here and finally had my shot at Bill. But then at the last minute, some stuff like this blows up. I sighed and rolled over, facing the wall instead. It all felt so dang hopeless. Why was fate holding me back? I felt frustrated, so I spoke to the only one who could calm me down at a time like this. The only one who really ever understood. I'm sorry, Jimmy. I'm still failing you. You're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. Jimmy! Not Jimmy! I sighed again and turned back over to the ceiling. It felt like I could talk to him better that way. I'm trying my best here, but it ain't easy. I swear I'm gonna get it done. No matter how long it takes me, or how far I gotta go. I grit my teeth. It still hurts to think of him. You're still keeping me breathing, Ducky. Bill's gonna join you soon, and then it'll be my turn. What? I hope you kept a spot at the table for me. Suddenly, I heard footsteps and forced myself to act like I weren't doing anything. McCarthy, you alright? Yeah, what's the word, Jed? Can I come in? You ain't shucked or nothing? Does that mean naked? To undress, as in to shuck corn. Unshucked may have been used by cowboys to mean to be undressed. Well, it looks like we're shirtless in our portrait, so... There we go. I'm decent. Jed opened the door and came in, sitting in a chair by the bed. He looked real pale and tired. Seemed like it'd been a long day for him. Heard you talking to someone in here. Stop spying on us! No use hiding it. He'd think worse of me for lying. Yeah, an old friend I ain't seen in a while. He caught my drift straight off. Bowing his head, he mumbled a prayer. I had a friend once too. A real good man by the name of Dean. The best ones are always taken too soon. Ain't that right? Is that why you're so keen on chasing Bill? You bet. That son of a gun needs to pay for what he did. I won't rest till there's a bullet in his skull. Jed regarded me with respect in his eyes. He shook. You're a good friend, aren't you? I pay back in kind. Jimmy was one of the best of us, and he deserves nothing less. Jed nodded, and we lapsed into silence for a while. I observed him during this time. He looked a bit all overish, though that could have just been the pallor. You got something to say, Jed? Come out and say it. Yes, say it! His eyes, normally so kind and sparkling, had dulled. Are you here to assassinate us? You know, I could use some help around here if you want to work, McCarthy. I'd pay your way while you wait for the sheriff. I wonder if we stuck off to Bill's camp, if that would have just led us to Bill's route. You could ask folk a lot of questions. Saloon's a good place to be for gossip. I thought about it. I did like Jed. He'd struck me as a good and honest man. It seemed like he needed the help too. Did I really want to spend my time bartending though, when Bill was still out there? Well, we're kind of stuck here, so... Would it be alright to take a rest here for a while? Or am I doing Jimmy a disservice each day I let Bill breathe? Jed looked at me, waiting for my answer. We gotta. Okay, so what happens if we, like, decline everyone? Is there, like, a, generic failed route? What do they call those? Where you have no option? The common? We're at the common route now. The common route ending? I don't know. Yeah, that sounds like a fine idea. Thanks. Jed's eyes lit up, and all of a sudden he was grinning like a baked possum. And you can call me Lee. Since we'll be working together, McCarthy just feels too formal. Surely. Surely. I'm gonna enjoy having you around. Oh, why's that? He shrugged and winked at me. His charm was undeniable. We're already twisted up in his little finger. I'm sure he weren't trying to flirt with me, but what my brain said didn't mean a dang thing to the rest of me. This was gonna be harder than I thought. It's been a while since I had a proper friend, you know. I hope you and I will be friends, Lee. Sure, Jed. I'd like that too. You mean friends or you mean like friends? Right now though, I'm beat. You mind if I call it a night? Sure. See you bright and early tomorrow. We gotta be up early and get everything clean for when the early drunks arrive. Early drunks? Yeah, it's just my name for them. 2 or 3 of them, older guys. Here every day by 10, whiskey in hand. He shook his head. Good for business, but heck, is it depressing to watch. I snorted. Alright, I'll see you then, Jed. Jed headed out of the room as I lay back down on the bed. This was gonna be an interesting ride. Yeehaw! We're on Jed's route now. Wrangle him up. It took me a long while to sleep that night. I spent a long time thinking about Jimmy. I was torn to pieces about leaving Bill to go about his business. But Jed was right. There weren't no sense going against the sheriff. I had to put my focus on figuring out this murder sharpish. That was the best way to help Jimmy now, by helping find Dalton's killer. The last thing I thought of before drifting off was Bill. I'd get him one day, if it was the last thing I did. Fellas. Next morning, I woke early. The sun weren't even fully up yet. Wondering what made me wake up all of a sudden, I looked around the room and saw a note on the floor by the door. Well, yeah. I thought maybe it was from Jed, telling me what to be getting on with this morning. When I opened it, though... Keep your nose out of our town's business, outsider, unless you want to cut off. It was scrawled quick and fast with an uneven hand. It looked like someone trying to disguise their script. More important, though, was how it got here. To reach the door, that son of a gun would have had to come from downstairs at the bar, which meant it was someone Jed knew. Immediately, I thought I had to warn him. They weren't scared of the note. Someone who had to drop his threats off in the middle of the night instead of saying them straight up to my face was a dang coward. But I didn't like whoever it was had snuck into Jed's property with ill intent. I dressed quickly and headed down to the bar. If it was Jed. Yo, what up? Howdy, McCarthy. You're up early. Jed looked bad. Does he? He looks the same. He was grinning like always, but he had dark circles under his eyes, like he hadn't slept none. Maybe because he was up all night trying to scribble out this note. I crumpled the note behind my back. Save. What circles? Exactly! You look the same, Jed. You look fine. Jed, are you feeling alright? You looking beat. The rumor's true. Barkeeps don't sleep then? He gave me a pity laugh. I'm just up early. Same as always. Forcing his smile right now. Got a business to run after all. Well, so long as you're sure. Yeah, I get enough sleep. Don't fret. I weren't convinced, but I let it go. Alright, well, anyways, something happened that I think you ought to know about. He saw my serious face and dropped his cheery manner. Something bad? Not yet, but take a look at this. I handed him the note and watched his tired-looking eyes reading it. This is badly. Whoever wrote this means business. After reading it over, he passed the note back to me. I ain't scared of some yellow belly who has to creep around in the night to threaten me. More thinking about your saloon. That was on the floor of my room, under the door, which means they must have come from down here. Jed's eyes went real wide. Dang, so there's someone who drinks here? I mean, I sort of know it has to be. Everyone drinks here. You don't think anyone you really know is a murderer till they are, you know? Yeah. Look, you didn't see anything last night after I went up, did you? He looked thoughtful for a moment. Nah. Conjuring your lies. Same crowd as always. Nobody who I thought was up to anything. Cartwright was here, looking shifty, but I'm sure he didn't leave the bar all night. And I don't think he would have left that in any case. He's the one making you stay in the first place. Yeah. Well, if you didn't see nothing. No, I went up about 3, so there might have been someone who came in after, but I was dang sure I locked all the doors. Right? Well, I'll keep my eye out then. They know I'm staying here, so if you want me to leave, then I'll understand. Jed laughed. You ain't going anywhere. I'd be lying if I said I weren't convinced. I can read, I swear. Hey Blaine, welcome in. You'd never figured out I was a Fujoshi. Yep, we are here for these gay cowboys today. I'd be lying if I said I weren't concerned, but I ain't gonna leave you on the street. I appreciate the lightsabers colliding in battle. I sure do. I will say. I ain't gonna lie. How have you been, Blaine? Besides, like I said, I need the help. He nudged me on the shoulder, all friendly, and winked. So start paying your keep and get to work. I grinned in response. I was sure glad to have Jed as an ally. It seemed like this town weren't about to get any friendlier, but at least I had him. Following him back into the storage room, I helped him set the kegs. It didn't escape my notice all morning that he was sluggish. What was he doing? Scribbling that note. At 10 sharp, like Jed had said, the early drunks came sauntering in. Bunch of old sots. They must have been 3 times my age. 2 went and sat down, but the 3rd came right up to the bar and paused, seeing me there. The shadow on his face covering his eyes is so funny. Jed was still down below. Howdy. You a stranger from out of town? Yes, sir. That's me. Name's Lee. He tipped his hat. Devin. What are you doing back there? You ain't the barkeep. Get out here. They really use the color pure black. Very, very shady fellow, Devin. Very anon. I'm helping Jed out for a while, paying my way while I'm staying in town. A good day's pay for a good day's work. You're always dead inside, that's the beauty of it. Always got a shadow over your eyes. That's an honest man's way. Yes indeed, sir. Could I get you anything to drink? Just a bottle of red eye, if you please. Put it on our tab. Jed knows us. Sure. Devin, right? That's the one. I fished out the whiskey and 3 glasses from under the bar and passed him over. You know, I've been telling Jed for years he ought to get some help around here. Glad he finally took my advice. Though, I was hoping to be a nice young lady. Something for the eyes, you know? Maybe she'd offer extra services too. Not just for the eyes, if you know what I mean. I struggled to keep my face straight and not show my disgust. He was just the type I'd pin him as. Had to be polite though. These guys were customers, and more than that, people who stayed in the saloon a lot. Wait. Oh, people who stayed in the saloon a lot. They heard things. I needed him on my side if I was gonna find out any rumors. Maybe push him to hire someone when you're moving on, eh? Sure, I will. Privately, I thought there was no way in heck I'd suggest it or Jed would do it. But old Devin didn't need to know that. We just met Jed like yesterday. How do we know? How do we know? You seen anybody nice around town? Someone you'd like to hire for a bit of perooting? To have sexual intercourse. So nosy, Devin. Can't be easy for a man who's always traveling. You know, I could ask around for you if you'd like. Slim's got some nice girls in recently. It was hard to suppress a shudder. I didn't know who Slim was, but I was pretty sure I wouldn't be wanting any of his girls anytime soon. Or ever. Period. Thank you, Devin, but I don't need no help on that front. Though I appreciate the kindness. You just let me know if you change your mind, eh? We got a lot of lovelies around here. He grinned at me with missing teeth and tipped his hat again, heading over to the other two sots at the table. Mr. Devin. I took my leave quick and found Jed down at the pantry. He was stifling his laughter. Dude is a master at eavesdropping. Like, come on. Got a few plans now. Might bring some monies, some dollar signs, or not, we'll see. The most important part is never tell the specifics of your plan, lest someone yoinks it. Do not. No stealing. No one steal anyone's plans. You met him then? You heard that? Yeah, caught Devin's voice from the stairs. It was how I knew not to come up. You son of a gun. You left me there on purpose. Jed managed to control his laughing and winked at me. I thought you could handle it. Stop winking, Jed. Did you have something to suggest, by the way? Heard you saying you'd talk to me into doing something. I punched him on the arm and he broke into laughter again. It's been a while since I've had this kind of fun with someone. Wow, we got really comfortable with Jed. Really quick. But then again, they did say that Jed was like a comforting presence to McCarthy. I never had any brothers, so the first guy I got to really bond with was Jimmy. He'd been gone almost 8 years. I'm gonna get you back for this, you can be sure. Jed held up his hands in mock surrender. I'll be sure to watch my back from now on. Yeah, you'd better. Oi, anyone at the bar? You were just there, Devin. Come on. Not it. Not it. Dang it. Frustrated at Jed's new burst of laughter, I dragged myself back up the steps. He'd been right. This was gonna be one heck of a job. I spent the next few weeks. Few weeks? What are you talking about? What? What are we doing here? Did they not find the murderer yet? Also, you can't get over the blend between the anime-ish faces and the Wild West setting. Yeah, it's a little jarring. They look so clean. Especially Jed. Jed looks really clean and like he doesn't belong here. Just feels kind of out of place for you. Yeah. You've seen worse. I think I got used to it. I think Jed is the one that fits in the least. The other characters, I think, are mesh pretty okay. I spent the next few weeks working at Dead Man's Rest. I thought being a barkeep wouldn't be much to my taste, but as it turned out, I was wrong as it could be. It was hard work, sure, but it was interesting. Jed had been right. You got to hear a lot of leaky mouths. Once I learned which guys would open their mouths, it was easy enough to hear all the gossip from around town. Are we sure Bill is still gonna be at the same hideout? Like, come on. Come on, McCarthy. Most of it was useless, but sometimes I'd get an ear from someone talking about Dalton. Seemed most of the town suspected Hollis, though there hadn't been no evidence yet to back him up. Hollis was surely short. What? Sure, was a surly sort, to be sure. Oh my god, tongue twister. Hollis was a surly sort, to be sure. He came in on occasion, but he didn't sit with no one. He'd keep to himself by the bar, drink too much for one man, and stagger out when we cut him off. I still couldn't pin him as a killer, though. I also remembered what Jed had said about Cartwright. He was a regular, coming in every night when he was off the clock. The sheriff was also a popular man, opposite to Hollis. He'd be surrounded by people the second he took off his hat. The mayor died. Like, they couldn't find out who killed the mayor in these few weeks. Hello? I weren't sure what to think, even after a few weeks of hearing everything there was to hear. It's none of our business. We're not involved. And then no more threatening letters. You're right there, cowboy. Huh? Yeah. I was wiping up the countertop and I'd forgotten myself. The case so cold it's frozen. Literally. The sheriff's just doing his everyday clock out, come to the bar, leave, do whatever sheriffing, and then clock out, come to the bar again. Like, what? It was just past last call and everyone had left but us. It seemed like he was spacing out. You want to talk about it? Dewey, Jed and I had become thick as thieves. He was my type of guy. Straightforward, easy to be around, and good fun. There weren't no complications where Jed was concerned. He floated through life in a way what made me envy him. Of course, that weren't to say he had it easy. Far from it. From what he told me, sounded like he'd had a rough time before coming out to Golders Rock. But the way he just grinned his way past everyone's guard, it made me wish I could be like him. Well, what's that line? Those who smile the most are the saddest. I weren't bad with people, I like to think, but I hadn't met nobody before with that kind of effortless charm. I'd also begun to feel a little more about Jed than I'd like. Found myself watching him talking to customers, thinking about him when I was alone. Seeing his face in my sleep. We're obsessed! It weren't healthy to have that kind of obsession with my employer. Or so I reminded myself every morning before he came down, and I, like everyone else, was swept up by his smile. For now, I forced myself to look into the blue eyes of his and grin back. Nah, just dragged out is all. Yeah, it's been a long one. We continued wiping up the bar together. Oh my god, are our hands gonna bump into each other? Lee? Yeah? You're not feeling too antsy, are ya? What do you mean? He put down his cloth and sighed, leaning over the counter. You came here with the intent of finding Wild Bill, and it's been a month and here you still are. It's been a month? Come on, McCarthy, come on! I can't help but feel responsible a bit. I promised you there might be leads here, but Jack all. Hey now, that ain't your fault. The sheriff's been real lax on this case. It's like he ain't even trying. If there's nothing going on, then folk won't talk about it now, will they? Well, sure. Lee, do you think there's a reason why the sheriff ain't been working on this? I mean, it was the mayor. It should be a top priority. But he's in here every night acting like... Jed tailed off and gestured. I knew what he meant. Like he ain't got a care in the world. Right you are. I think you're right. There's something shifty about Cartwright. Even more so that he ain't tried one bit to dispel the rumors about Hollis. Poor Hollis. I feel for the guy. Losing your brother all of a sudden. It ain't no surprise he'd been drinking his life away. Suddenly, Jed bent over and started wheezing. You good, dude? Whoa, Jed. Jed. I went round the other side of the bar and grabbed his shoulder. Easy. Come on. Let's set you down and get you a glass of water. Yeah, please. Water. Water. I made sure he was sitting and then went to pour him a drink. Must have been the saliva handshake we shared, and he didn't wash his hands after serving, but prior to serving his next patrons. My hands were shaking a little bit. Jed hadn't been too well of late, I knew that, but I thought it'd been getting better. It seemed that hadn't been the case. Another reason why I hadn't been out of the place in the last couple of weeks was cause I was worried about him. I owed it to Jimmy to find Bill, sure, but Jimmy was long gone. Whoa, McCarthy. First thing, I had to make sure Jed, who was still living and breathing, was recovered from this flu. At least that's what he said it was. We missed a lot in the past month. I hadn't never heard of a flu that went on for weeks, though. He gulped down the water and slowly, his breathing started to return to normal. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry about that. Don't you be sorry. You ain't got nothing to be sorry for. You're working too hard, Jed. You gotta take it easy. I got the hang of this place now. You should rest in bed a while. Nah, it only makes me feel worse. TB? Tuberculosis? Oregon Trail be like... I remembered a piece of news I'd overheard just today. Hey, I heard old Smokey talking about a doctor coming to town. His wife's got consumption, and he's hoping the man will help. Maybe you could ask him to check you out, get you some medicine. It's just a bit of flu, Lee. I'll be alright. Come on, Jed, don't be like that. Don't be like that. Jed was struggling to stand up, and he looked pale. Not the fade in. I don't know what this expression is expressing. You remind me of an old friend I had once. You mean your friend Dean? You mentioned him once. Jed looked surprised I remembered. Yeah, that's him. It looks like he's like singing. He was always fussing about me too. Sounds like Dean had the right idea. You don't take proper care of yourself, Jed. Jed sighed exasperatedly. It made me unsettled how blase he was being about this, but it seemed like he didn't want to listen. Don't you worry no more about me, alright? I'll be right as rain soon. This is what you say before you die, Jed. Come on. Well, if you're sure, at least let me take over for tomorrow. It's a Sunday. We ain't gonna have many people in here. You lie in and I'll bring you some soup upstairs. I've never been much of a fussing type before this. I didn't get ill often, and I've never had anyone to look after before. But it was clear Jed wasn't getting no better the way things were, so maybe this was what he needed. I was surprising even myself that I cared so much. Yes, sometimes your heart decides for you. Jed looked at me all funny, but nodded. Sure, as long as it's no imposition. None. It's worse if you'd never get any better. You're gonna fade out? No. Not yet. Lee? You ain't told nobody I'm sick, have you? What'd you take me for? Of course I ain't. Good. Sorry, just checking. You're gonna get the whole town sick. You're a bartender, Jed. Come on. I don't want people treating me different. Except you. It's alright when it's you. What? Because you don't care what I think of you? I was teasing him, but I wasn't ready for the reply. Nah, because I trust you. I don't mind you knowing, seeing me like this. Typhoid, Jed. You better be a leper. I ain't got nothing to fear from you. My jaw dropped in astonishment. Vine boom. Boom. I hadn't expected something so serious from a man like Jed. Smiling, I clapped a hand on his shoulder. You're right about that. Come on, you gotta get to bed. I'll finish up down here. You sure it's no bother, Lee? Working here, helping me? I know you'd rather be out there after Bill. We've been here a month, bro. I pinched my nose. Look, I'd be lying if I said it weren't important to me to see Bill dead. I'll get to the bottom of Dalton's murder one day soon, so as I can go after him. But right here, right now, there's other priorities. A man can have more than one thing that's important to him. So don't you worry no more about that. And I don't worry... Well, and I won't worry about your health. You got a deal? Jed grinned. This time, it weren't no fake charming grin made for the customers. It was real. Raw and emotional. Deal. See you tomorrow, Lee. Yeah, see you. You better still be in bed when I bring up that darn soup. Yeah, a lie-in sounds nice. Fade out. The stairs creaked as he went up them, and I listened to his door shutting. He is not going to be in bed. I sighed and put a few more glasses under the bar. I still didn't believe he was being entirely honest about the nature of his sickness, but I wouldn't press him. Until he wanted to tell me. It felt good just knowing he trusted me so much, with his saloon and with his secrets. I kind of felt close to nobody for a long time, and having a real pal was bringing back memories. Stuff I'd forgotten I could even feel. Jed was a top guy of the first water. First water, the highest grade or quality, originally used to describe precious stones. First water? Precious stones? What? Do you find precious stones up the stream? I don't know. It was alright to like him, and it was alright to admire him a little. Who wouldn't? But I had to be careful, I reminded myself, not to start falling for him proper. It wouldn't do to ruin the one good thing I had going for me here. I finished wiping up the bar and locked up. Tomorrow, I'd talk to the sheriff. I'd find out what was going on myself. Is that a thinking emoticon? Where are we gonna get him some soup? Or are we gonna get him some soup in the morning? Next morning, I was up before dawn again. Oh, too late you meant. Oh, okay, I see it now. It looks like a face with a hand. The 2 is the hand, up on the chin, with the mouth is the line, and then the 8 are the eyes. I was like, wow, that's a really... I learned a new emoticon, even though it was unintentional. I put together some soup and bread for Jed before getting the place ready for business. Devin and his band of lechers would be in early like usual, so I had to have the place open by 9, just in case. I knocked on Jed's door, but had no reply. Jed, I brought your food. Can I come in? I heard him shifting in bed. Lee? Nah, it's alright. Just leave it by the door for me, if you would. Thanks. Totally not suspicious. Alright, I'll come back and get it later. His voice didn't sound too good. I hope whatever it was he had was just getting worse before it got better. We should bring that doctor over here. This morning, the early drinkers were in by 9:30. Oh, good old Devin. Morning, Lee. Howdy, Devin. What can I do? What can I do you for today? The usual? You got it, boy. I handed him a bottle and scribbled it down on the paper we kept behind the counter. Before you go, Devin, I have got a question for you. It'd been perplexing to decide to ask Devin. I didn't know who else would be in today, though, and I needed the information, so I may as well bite the bullet. Devin raised his eyebrow. Smokey mentioned there was a doctor in town the other day. You don't happen to know his name or where he's staying, do you? Devin looked at me all curious. Why? What's wrong with you? Devin loved a bit of gossip, so if I was gonna protect Jed's privacy, I'd had to go all out. This was why I'd been reluctant to ask him. I hoped I could head it off. Something a bit personal. If you don't mind, I'd rather not say. Devin leaned in conspiratorially. Having trouble with the old plowshare? Slang for penis. The American English spelling refers specifically to the farming tool. That is not a good term. That is not a good nickname for that. The what? Your bird, boy. Captain Standish. Let me guess. You took my advice. Decided to go Peru. Then when the time came, he wouldn't help you out when you needed it. I closed my eyes and counted to 10. This couldn't be happening right now. This weren't a conversation I was having in real life. We're coping so hard. But I opened them, and there Devin was, grinning like a catfish. Not to worry, boy. He'll come back again. You're young enough. But in the meantime, if you want to see a doc, the dog, he's staying at Miss Bell's. Thank you, Devin. He went off, cackling. Oh, good old Devin. I'm sure the news my bird didn't work would be round the town by lunchtime. I didn't care, though. Weren't like there was anyone around here I wanted to impress, and it was worth it to keep Jed's secret. It bothered me a little that Jed might hear it. He's cooped up in his room. But I told myself that was just because he'd work out I had lied so I could find out where the doctor was. The doctor he didn't want to see. No other reason. I busied myself all morning tidying the place up and sorting out the order sheet. Sundays were slow, especially the mornings. Lots of people around here went to church. I had never been drawn to church myself. I figured if we're all God's children, then He'd love us no matter what we did on Sundays. And if it's true what the book says, and I'm going to hell for what I had with Jimmy, then there weren't much reason trying to make it up to him now. I went up to Jed's room and around lunchtime and took away the tray I'd brought up. He'd left it outside the door for me. All the food was gone, which I was pleased about. I didn't disturb him, thinking he might be asleep. Sheriff Cartwright came in around 2, and for once, he was drinking alone. This could be the opportunity I'd been waiting for. I poured myself a glass and went over to his table. After 1 month. Mind if I shared the table with you, Sheriff? Cartwright looked up at me and then glanced around the empty bar. Ain't nowhere else you can sit. Nowhere else I want to sit. He sighed. Alright, McCarthy, I've got 10 minutes. What do you want? I slid into a seat opposite him and looked him dead in the face. Look, Sheriff. I've been polite and I've been obeying your rules, but you need to understand I'm putting my whole life on hold to be in this town. How far have you come with Dalton's case? Since you're still a suspect, McCarthy, I won't be sharing any information with you. Was that all? You gotta give me something, Sheriff. I just want to get Wild Bill, and every day he could pack up and move on again. He's causing you trouble too. I know he is. So why can't I help you? Simple. Because I don't trust you. His hard eyes weren't giving nothing away. This is a complicated case, and it's gonna take as long as it takes. Longer if you keep bothering me with stupid questions. And until then, I expect you to stay put. Let me do my job, and you do yours. Keep everyone's glass full, eh? With that, he scraped his chair back and left. I was left sitting at the table, mad as a hatter. There was definitely something off here. Well, to heck with the sheriff and to heck with his rules. I wasn't allowed to leave town, but he hadn't made no mention of anywhere I couldn't go in Boulder's Rock. What's to say I shouldn't go down to the crime scene myself and see what I could find? Where was he shot? Wasn't he shot here? I made up my mind to go there tonight, just as Jed came down the stairs. He looked much better than he had the day before. Jed, how's your day off? It's been good, thank you. I'm feeling an itch to get back to it now, though. Might go and sort out the order sheet. Already done that for you. If you don't mind hailing the bar alone for a while, though, I was about to go out and do something. Surely, where are you going? I'll tell you later. Alright. Jed just nodded, smiled, and went about organizing the counter. I was amazed how much he really did trust me. It felt warm. As I headed out the door and grabbed my Stetson from the stand, I saw Devin wink at me, as if he knew where I was going. Lord Jesus, that was all I needed. Good old Devin. The saloon doors swung shut behind me, and with a glance around to check Cartwright weren't onto me, I headed out towards the old mayor's house. It was a ways cross town, set back in its own yard with a big gate. Looked real fancy. Would have been hard to break into. I walked around the whole area, checking the bars on the metal fence, but there weren't no marks. Whoever done this either scaled the fence without using any gear or went through the front gate. I heard the mayor was soaked the night he died, so maybe he left it open. Didn't seem likely, though, for a man who seemed to care so much about security as to have a metal fence surrounding his property. I arrived back at the main gate and decided to try it. Locked, like I'd figured it would probably be. The fence was a good 7 feet. I weren't going to be able to scale that easy. And definitely not without being noticed. Sighing, I got myself ready to head on back to the saloon when something bright caught my eye. It was wedged under the bottom of one of the fence posts, and it was moving. At first, I was cautious. Could it be some kind of animal? Approaching it, curious, I finally recognized what it was. A feather, fluttering in the breeze. I bent down and pulled it out of the grass with my fingers. It was small and fluffy, dyed with Native American patterns. Well, they weren't even supposed to come onto our territory. If they'd been involved in this in any way, Cartwright had a full-on storm in his hands. The good sheriff was many things, but he weren't stupid. Chances are this weren't the only feather that had been left behind. He knew who'd done it, but he couldn't say nothing yet because if he didn't have substantial evidence, it'd start an all-out political war. For the first time, I sympathized with him. Handling that couldn't be easy, especially without being able to tell nobody. For half a minute, I thought of going to the station and asking him straight out, but then I thought better of it. I had to let the sheriff take his time with this one. He'd been right. It wasn't for me to go poking my nose in. This was sensitive, and I could cause a lot of problems. I stuffed the feather deep down in my pocket and turned to walk back towards Dead Men's Rest. We are snooping. I'd keep quiet and not tell anyone about this, I decided. Not even Jed. For now, I'd continue working like nothing was different, and hope Cartwright pulled it out of the bag. It didn't take long for me to get back to the saloon, though it was starting to get dark by the time I pulled open the doors. Jed was behind the bar. His face looked much better than I'd seen it in days. Saying that he was getting well again eased my worry about the murder a lot. At least something could go right in this dang town. Howdy, Lee. You managed to do what you need to? He looked strange. Uh-oh. Gossip! Almost all overish, like he didn't know what to say. I narrowed my eyes at him, then turned round and looked at Devin. He was avoiding my look. For the love of God. I knew this come back to bite me in the butt. Yeah, all good. 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 I never felt so awkward. God dang, Devin. I wanted to clear it up with Jed, but if I did, he'd know the real reason I asked about the docks, and I didn't think that'd end up much better. Why did I even want to clear it up with Jed? Sure, it was a pretty emasculating rumor, but it wasn't something another man couldn't rightly understand. Upon realizing why, I almost groaned out loud. I was sweet on him, just like I tried not to be. To be fond of, keen on, or in love with some object of affection. Good job, Lee. Good show. Forcing all the thoughts out of my head, I got back to work, not saying another word to Jed all evening. Truth be told, I didn't know what to say. By the time Devin and his crew tottered out, it weren't any better. I bid Jed a quick goodnight and hid in my room. What are we, cowards? Come on. Come on, McCarthy. In one day, I'd kept a big secret from him, had that awful rumor come to light, and realized I was in over my head. I just didn't know how to interact with him. It made me feel awful hiding away and leaving him to myself, especially since he wasn't all better yet. You can't believe you're this invested. Are you invested in the murder mystery or in the potential romance? Or in Devin? Devin and his silly rumors. Come on, McCarthy, it's been a month. Wow, Bill McCoy, he ain't waiting for you. A long while later, I fell into an uneasy sleep. You're invested in Devin being the murderer and ruining the romance. The murderer of this blossoming question mark? Romance. Or maybe he's a facilitator. Only to be bolstered awake in the dead of night with awful noises coming from across the hall. Uh-oh. Jed? It sounded like someone was dying. Awful groans of pain and hacking coughs. Typhoid Jed, bro. To heck with this. I forgot anything I'd been awkward about. Jed wasn't well. Running out without a shirt, I left my room and banged on his door. Jed! Open the door. I'm coming in. Lee, No, it's okay. I'm going back to bed. Just go back to sleep. The son of a wretch followed his words. Bro, you are not okay. You open this goddamn door right now, Matlock, or by God, I swear I'll break it down. You got 5 seconds. He's gonna die in these 5 seconds. 5, 4. All right. Christ. A moment later, I heard the lock turning, and the door swung open. You got a nice green checkered bed. The state of the room knocked me galley west. It looks the same as our room. It looked like Jed hadn't cleaned up in weeks. More than that, though, was the man himself. He was wearing a thin shirt and pants, and it was almost see-through. What? His frame was much slimmer than I thought. He looked almost skeletal. His face was like ash, and behind him I could see a huge pool of vomit on the floor. Bro is not okay. Vomit with specks of blood in it. And he looks exactly the same. Alright, Jed, this ain't okay. How long have you been sick like this? He looked tired, like he couldn't keep up the pretense anymore. I felt cold fear thinking that all this time it'd been a front. You weren't getting no better at all. A few weeks, maybe? Look, I'm sure it's just the flu or something, Lee. Really. He sat down on the bed and put his head in his hands. I'll clean this up and get back to sleep. It'll be okay. It looks like a cover of Maybelline. Get in the dang bed, you ain't moving a muscle. I'll be back with a cloth and bucket. This time, he didn't even argue. I stopped by my room to grab a shirt, then went downstairs looking for the bucket, feeling angry, scared, and helpless all at once. Why hadn't he told me about this sooner? Or anyone? It wasn't like he didn't care. I grabbed the cloth and a mop for good measure and headed back upstairs. Jed was sitting on the side of his bed, covers over his legs. He looked over at me when I came in, then back down to his blanket. He was like a dog but knew he'd done something wrong. Oh no! When your dog vomits on the floor and just looks at you. And you're like, don't eat it! Don't eat your vomit! And it just looks at you. I started mopping the mess up, but I didn't talk to him. Soon enough, as I thought, he spoke up. It's not as bad as it looks, I swear. Jed. I put down the mop and looked at him seriously. This ain't something you can just ignore. It ain't gonna go away. You gotta go to that doctor tomorrow. Jed frowned and his voice went up a pitch. Don't you be telling me what I gotta do. Don't you be telling me what I gotta do. I'm a man and I'm making this decision. I set the mop aside and sat down on the bed. He didn't pull back when I leaned close to him. That was a good start. Right. Choices. Right. Please, Jed, this is serious. You gotta go see someone. If you don't want to go, I won't make you. He'll just die. Come on, Jed. You gotta go see someone. This ain't no normal illness. For your own good, you need to get medicine. Yeah, he will die if we just we're like, okay, Jed, do whatever you want. Just let this little cough, little flu go away. Jed looked down uncomfortably, knowing I was right. It ain't that easy, Lee. Doctors are expensive. The shame in his voice made me blanch. Money? If money's the problem, it ain't no problem at all. Just hold my pay for a few weeks. Take it all and go see the doctor. Jed's eyes went wide. No, I couldn't do that to you, Lee. I ain't giving you a choice. You already gave me free food and board. What more do I want with greenbacks? If you gave it to me, I'd make you take it right back. There are things more important. Lee. His eyes were full of something I couldn't quite place. I'd never seen it before from Jed. Then I realized. Fear. Money had just been an excuse. He was afraid of knowing. I'll be fine. I'll get better. Jed, you can keep saying that all you want, but I'm gonna be straight with you. You ain't. You ain't never getting better until you walk out that door and visit the doctor. He'll tell you what's up, and maybe it'll be bad. Maybe you'll need to take medicine, but at least you won't feel so bad no more. And maybe it'll be good, and he'll tell you it'll clear up in a couple weeks. But either way, you gotta know. Not knowing don't change it. It just means you ain't getting the help you need. I can go with you if you want me to. Jed was shaking. I knew he didn't want to hear what I was saying. This man lived his whole life floating through people, being charming and smiling away all his troubles. This one wouldn't go away, and that was dead scary. If only doctors figuring out what's wrong with you wasn't a mystery game itself. Speaking of, I would love to play Trauma Center one day, if only it was accessible. But he had to face reality. No, someone has to run this place, or folk will ask questions. Alright, I'll run the saloon. Just, please, go. You don't even know what that is? Trauma Center is a game for, I believe, the Nintendo DS. I think it's by Atlas? Published by Atlas? It's from, like, yeah, years ago. And you just play as, like, doctors in a trauma center. And you do little procedures with the little Nintendo DS stylus. But that's as far as I know. I don't know anything about the story or anything. Jed nodded. Alright, I'll go. I breathed a sigh of relief, letting out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Then I stood up and carried on cleaning up the mess on the floor. The sound of the mop filled the room for a while, until Jed spoke up again. You know where the doc's staying, right? Yeah, we got it from Devin this morning. He's at Miss Bell's. Was that where you were today? You want the honest answer? Jed shrugged and looked down, embarrassed. Well, you know my secret. Alright. No, I wasn't at the docks. Worked for me that the leaky mouths thought I was, though. I went to Dalton's to look at the crime scene, see if I could find anything the sheriff missed. Did you find anything? The words caught in my throat. I didn't want to lie to Jed, but it wasn't something I needed to involve him in either. Yeah, but it's nothing I can do anything about. Gotta leave this one to the sheriff after all. He seemed to accept that as an answer. Then he fidgeted a little before speaking again. So you're not, having any medical problems then? Not him with this smug expression. I cast him a sideways glance. He had the ghost of a smile. At least that was something to work with. No, I'm not. Thanks for asking. Jed let out a snort. Should have known Devin was full of it. It was for my sake, then, that you asked for the doc's address? Of course it was. As if I was gonna let you waste away up here without doing anything about it. And you let him believe that, well, you're... well, yeah. You don't want him to know you're ill. They've got to believe something else. Thanks, Lee. I nodded to him and finished mopping up the last of the vomit. I'm gonna go throw this bucket out back, then get back to bed. You gonna be okay? Yeah, I'm feeling sleepy. I'll go to the docks as soon as I wake up in the morning. As I was about to leave, he spoke up one more time. Better love story than Twilight. The bar is low. I almost missed it. It was so quiet. Thanks for taking care of me, Lee. You remind me so much of Dean. He'd always be the sense of reason I never knew I needed. Thanks for not letting me forget it. Yeah, well, someone's got to. Jed didn't respond, and I left him to sleep, closing the door gently behind me. That room's gotta smell like vomit and, like, sickness, and, like, it's gotta smell. I threw the contents of the bucket into the drain, then hosed it out with the outside tap. I was afraid for Jed, though I didn't want him to see it. I didn't know what was gonna happen. But I knew putting it off would only make it worse in the end. I didn't sleep again that night. I briefly wondered with a slight pang of jealousy, what Dean had been to Jed. Relax, McCarthy, relax! The way he spoke about him, it was the same tone of voice I used to talk about with Jimmy. Had there been someone like that in Jed's past? It struck me how little I really knew about where he'd come from. Perhaps one day he'd tell me. If he's still alive. If he goes to the doctor. Next morning, I busied myself preparing the saloon for the day and heard Jed slip out real early. I tried to focus on what I was doing instead of what the doctor might say. It struck me again that I was a fool for caring this much. Jed didn't see me as anything more than a friend, an employee who was looking after him a bit. It wasn't something I should be getting so worked up over. But no matter how much I tried to deny it to myself, I knew the truth. And knowing that was almost as scary as wondering what was going on at the docks. By 10, Jed still weren't back. Good old Devin. Howdy, Lee. Morning, Devin. I brought up the bottle of whiskey, almost automatic now. Hey, Lee. Did you manage to sort out your, problem yesterday? I focused on what he was saying, and then immediately wished I had it. Yes, Devin, I'm fine and dandy. Thank you for your concern. I hope that'd be the end of the conversation. Seems old Devin had other ideas, though. See, I knew it'd come back around for you. You young men ain't got any idea what a real problem's like. How are you gonna celebrate then? Got your eye on one of Slim's girls? The whole town will know he's better. Yeah, news travels fast with Devin. We don't need no newspaper. I could call in a favor and reserve one for you tonight if you'd like. Wow! So kind of him. I had since found out that Slim ran a whorehouse on the western edge of town. I tried to be patient. After all, Devin's one of Jed's best customers, if nothing else. And in his own way, he was trying to be kind. Thanks, but I'm gonna be busy running the saloon tonight. Just then, I was saved. I saw Jed coming back in through the front doors. He looked pale, but that weren't nothing new. Sorry to cut you off, Devin, but Jed's just come back from running some errands this morning. I'm gonna go see if he needs any help. Right you are, son. Better get to work. Grateful, I rushed away and followed Jed upstairs. He'd gone into his room and shut the door. Hey, Jed. I knocked quietly. How'd it go? What'd the doc say? Silence. That couldn't be good. It was bad news, weren't it? If it was bad, Jed, I'll help you. I'll do what I can. I'm here to talk, or clean up after you, or whatever it is you want. Still not a word. I tried the door. It was locked. Alright, Jed, I'm gonna leave you be. I'll bring you up something for lunch in a little while, alright? I left and went downstairs. Could be he just needed some time alone to think. Every man needs that once in a while. Hopefully when he was ready, he'd talk. Getting a little nervous for Jed. I took up some stew around noon. Jed, I brought your lunch. Can you open the door so I can bring it in? Nothing. Alright, I'll leave it down here for you. Just let me know when you're done, or I'll come back in a couple hours. Hope you're alright in there. That sprig of doubt was starting to worm its way back into my head. Jed had been scared, sure, but I never really thought it'd be anything this serious. I guess I'd put the possibility out of my mind because I didn't want it to be true. But if it was, well, I still wanted to be there, whatever happened. I never skipped out on a friend before, and I weren't about to start now. I kept the saloon running all afternoon by myself. Then, when it was quiet, went up to collect Jed's tray. Please tell me he ate it. No! No! It was still where I'd left it. He hadn't eaten a thing. You gotta bust in that room right now, McCarthy. Jed? You awake in there? Silence. Could be he'd been asleep since he came back. We had a long night after all. I'll keep this downstairs for you and heat it up again later. You let me know when you get hungry, alright? I felt like I was talking to the wall. I had to keep doing it though, letting him know I was there. Later on, he still hadn't come down, so I tried again, leaving the freshly steaming stew outside. He hadn't had a drop to drink neither. I was getting more worried about that. Jed, your dinner's outside. Hope you're hungry. I'd become accustomed to the lack of response by now. Just had to hope he'd eat some at this time. Come on, McCarthy, bust through the door! When I closed the doors and wiped up the bar, though, there was still no sign of him. And the tray was just where I'd left it without a thing touched. He hadn't had no food or water all day. Jed? Look, Jed, please don't hide away. Whatever this is, I'll help you through it. Don't shut me out. Most of all, you gotta eat. You gotta keep your strength up. I'm sure the doctor told you that too. Nothing. Not even a peep. I sighed. Alright, I'm going to bed. If you don't want to be seen, I won't be out of my room after this. Please, go down and get something from the pantry. Good night. I'm a little worried. 3 possibilities. I'm a little worried. I went to my room and closed the door. Still didn't hear anything from across the hall. Could he really have been sleeping all day? I decided I'd wait till the morning. You're worried. What's going on, Jed? Come on, McCarthy. Bust through that door. Monday too early for a heartbreak. Aw. Please, hopefully we're on the good end. The good end of this route. Could be he'd been asleep or just didn't want to talk. But tomorrow, he'd be downstairs smiling at me when I woke up. The same old Jed. I miss that Jed. Despite my worries, I slept long and deep after an exhausting day. Next morning, though, nothing changed. Jed hadn't been to the pantry in the night. Nothing had moved, and his door was still locked. I decided I had to do something a bit drastic. Before the saloon opened, I headed out to Miss Bell's. I knew the doctor wouldn't be able to tell me much, but if he could at least give me anything on how to handle Jed, it'd help. Miss Bell's was a cutesy little guest house, a fancy place for people who could afford it. Naturally, I'd swept right on past when I rolled into town. HIPAA violation. Was HIPAA invented at this time, whatever year this is? Give me some snake oil. I walked up to the painted door and knocked. Miss Bell answered. Oh god, dear lord. Not even like a generic, like... anything but the pure black shading would have been nice. She was in the saloon from time to time, a middle-aged woman with good meat on her bones. Mr. McCarthy, how can I help you this fine morning? He just didn't want to draw more faces. I get that, especially if it's a NPC type. Is he calling her fat? I think he's calling her like healthily, like well-fed, maybe. Because I don't know how, it's probably, I would imagine it's hard to get food back then, and like the richer you are, the more wealthier you are, the more meat you would have on your bones, and then the extra rich would then be a little on the chunkier side. But that means you're doing well for yourself. I was looking for the good doctor, ma'am. I heard he's staying here. He is. Have you booked? He's a busy man, you know. It won't take 5 minutes, I swear. Just had a question for him. She looked me up and down, then waved me inside. I think he's got someone else on the way, so you'd best be quick. You be wanting anything? Coffee? No, thank you, ma'am. Suit yourself. He's up the corridor, room at the far end on the left. Thank you kindly. I followed her directions and knocked on the doc's door. Excuse me, doctor. It occurred to me I hadn't even thought to ask the man's name. Excuse me, doctor. A voice came from behind the door, moments before it opened, and I was face to face with an older man. He had gray hair and a kind face with lines around his eyes. Dr. Renly. Of course, Dr. Renly. Are you my next patient? No, sir. I just wanted to ask you a question if you had the time. It'll be real quick. My name's Lee McCarthy. Not important. Boyfriend is dying. It'll be quick. I held up my hand and he took it slowly. Just tell me. Will Jed die? Yes or no? Mr. McCarthy, I'm very busy this morning, but I guess I have 5 minutes to spare. Thank you very much. I went inside the room. His medical kit with all its tools was lying out on the bed. The looks of some of them made me shudder. So what's the problem, Mr. McCarthy? It ain't about me, Doc. It's about my friend, Jed Matlock. He came to see you yesterday. Yes, I remember. Has he asked for me? Well, not in so many words, but in a manner of speaking. See, when he came home yesterday, he went straight up to his room and he hasn't spoken a word since. More than that, he won't eat or drink nothing. I know you can't say much, but I was hoping you could give me something. Anything that helped me get him feeling better. The doctor sighed. What relation are you to Mr. Matlock? I'm his friend. I work at the saloon and I've been living there a month now. I see. Well, as you know, Mr. McCarthy, I can't divulge anything about Mr. Matlock's condition. Yo, Dr. Renly's legit. Doctor-patient confidentiality. You'll understand. All I'll say is that Mr. Matlock has quite a shock yesterday, and there will be a period of adjustment for him. He might not want to talk about it for a while. What's he diagnosed as an Omega? Just kidding. I understand. I'm more concerned that he's not had a bite to eat, nor a drop to drink. It's an understandable reaction. If he's not eating anything after another day, call me again. I'll be in town until Thursday. The only other advice I can give you is to keep on trying. Right now, though, I have another patient, so I'll need to get myself ready. Yes, sir. Thank you for your help. I stopped at the door with my hand on the knob. Before I go, can I ask you one more question, Doc? A quick one. He's not gonna die, is he? Dr. Renly looked at me long and hard. One day, we're all going to die, Mr. McCarthy. You have a good day now. Gee, thanks. Bro. I walked out of there with my heart pounding. He hadn't given me a straight answer. Answer the question! But we know he can't. Gripping! And then not gripping. Did that mean Jed really was gonna die? That hadn't even born. Wait, what? That hadn't even born thinking about. Jedediah. I knew it was bad, but well. Shoot. Jed was even younger than me. It didn't seem fair. I walked back to the saloon in a daze, not sure what to do with myself. Luckily, nobody was waiting outside. You work in healthcare and give the same kind of answers. Yeah, because like literally how are we supposed to know? How is anyone supposed to know? Don't want to guarantee that they won't die, because then if they do die, then they'll blame you. But don't want to guarantee that they'll die, because that's just depressing. And then if they don't die, then they'll still get mad at you. I went in and opened up, and it was like I'd never been gone. I couldn't stop myself looking up the stairs, though. What was Jed thinking right now? Before Devin and his lot could arrive, I put together some fresh bread and biscuits and took it upstairs. That sounds yummy. Jed, I brought your breakfast. Now I know you ain't gonna want to talk to me. If you don't want to see me, you don't want to come out that room, that's fine. You suit yourself. I can keep the saloon running alright. I miss your company, but I can understand you want to be alone. People are asking about you downstairs, and I'm lying through my teeth for you. I'll keep doing that till the end of time if I have to, but... But what? Ooh, but what? You're worth more to a lot of people than you know, Jed. They miss you down at the bar, everyone wants to see you back. You're worth more to a lot of people than you know. I'll try to channel your old friend Dean here as much as I can. Think about what he'd say. I care about you, and I'm worried about you. I want my friend Jed to come back to me out the other side of this. I'm not looking for a miracle here. I ain't asking you to spring up out of the room and come back down right away. I'm just saying that you gotta eat and drink. If you ain't taking care of yourself, then you're hurting a lot of people that care about you too. I'm leaving this here, and if it ain't gone by the time I come back, I'm gonna break down that door, and I ain't kidding. I care too much to see you do this. Alright, I'm leaving because Devon's gonna be here any second. But you think about what I said, alright? You matter, Jed. To them, and to me. Don't forget it. Hoping I'd managed to get my point across, I left. Come on, Jed. Just eat your biscuits. Eat your bread and biscuits. There'd been no sign of movement throughout the whole speech, but I hoped that maybe some part of it reached him. I busied myself all afternoon, and later on, when I went up to get the tray, there was nothing but crumbs. Thank God. Literally, thank God was what I was gonna say too. I could live with Jed being silent so long as he was eating. Life continued in this manner for a few more days. Unless if the rats took over his room, and the rats are the ones that ate the bread and biscuits. You're very invested, but you thought the bar owner was called Devon and not Jed. Oh! The raccoons! No, the bar owner is Jed, and Devon is the old man who's telling everyone about all of our problems. I'd take Jed his meals and he'd eat them, but I didn't see hide nor hair of him. He hasn't said a word since he's been to the docks. People were asking every day, and I was running out of excuses fast. There was only so many days Jed could be busy in the back or out running errands. Still, business carried on fine, and I didn't see a need to call back on Dr. Renly. One afternoon, though, I caught sight of Sheriff Cartwright at the bar. Things are happening so slow in this town. Bill McCarthy is definitely... Oh no, Bill McCoy is definitely, like, long gone by now. I don't know about this murder of the mayor case. I don't know. That is just unsolvable. And then Jed's, like, dying. Like, what? We've been here for, like, 2 months now. It was the first time he'd been in since I caught him with my question the other day. He was looking surly, and drinking in the afternoon weren't usual for him. Sheriff, can I get you anything? No thank you, McCarthy. Just taking a load off in here if you don't mind. Sure, plenty of room. I wasn't sure whether to tell him about what I'd found. For sure, he'd be irritated that I'd gone snooping without his permission. But I didn't see no other way there'd be a resolution anytime soon. He didn't seem to be working on the case at all. Even gossip about the murder had died down now. All that was left was a mayoral election coming up next month, and then Dalton's name to be forgotten. The sheriff surprised me, though, by speaking up himself. You got something you want to say to me, McCarthy? No. Why? Should I, Sheriff? He sat back on his stool and looked at me from under his hat. So you're telling me you ain't the one that went to Dalton's house and removed evidence from the scene? Don't think I don't know what goes on in my own town. I see everything. Dang. Seemed I hadn't been as careful as I thought. If you see everything, then you already know the answer to your question. Yeah, I went to Dalton's. It ain't no crime. I didn't go past town borders. No, but you took something from the scene, didn't you? Yeah? Care to explain why? Come on, Sheriff. Don't play me for a fool. We both know what could happen if word got out about who done this. Yeah, everything has to go through the proper channels. And you, an outsider bounty hunter sticking his nose where it don't belong, ain't no proper channel. Sliced Bladder 2 is a very interesting name. How do I do this? Click here. Click here. That's not what I want. Click here. And here. And then there. And then there. And then there. And type that, and then there. And then there. Okay. But then... How come... how come streamers don't get mod tools? Come on. Unless if I'm not... Unless if I'm not using it the right way. Let me delete this message. Just let me delete this message. How do I do this? Please. Okay, well, it's gone. Gone from there, but not from here. Whatever. Moving on. Still, I thank you for taking it out of plain sight. Like you said, we don't want word getting out. What'd you do with it? I replied without skipping a beat. You should ask them about his extended car warranty. You should. Threw it into the pig's trough. I figured you'd already told the government all they'd need to know and presented what you had. Having anything else hanging around could only cause trouble. He watched me for a minute. I thought about the feather lying up on my dresser in my room and prayed to God he wouldn't catch me out. Then he nodded. Good. Now I ain't gonna warn you again, McCarthy. Keep out of this. You're not doing anything! I understand, Sheriff, but I gotta ask what's gonna happen here. You know I ain't done nothing wrong, and I wanna get out of town. Yeah, I know you ain't done nothing. Knew that from the start. But see, this is complicated and folk need someone to blame. If I let you go, people are gonna start asking questions about why and if I caught who done it. Now, I can't reasonably tell them who done it, so what am I supposed to say? It makes everything much easier if you stay put a little longer. How long's that? I ain't being funny here. I gotta get Bill before he leaves town again. I'm betting you Bill is long gone, McCarthy. It's all I came here to do, and I intend to do it. Yeah. You'll get your man, McCarthy. Problem is, I gotta get approval from the feds before I can make any kind of move. But you got the feds to check our history real quick, and now the feds are not gonna give you approval? Like, there ain't no way to hurry that up without a full confession. What if you got one? The sheriff laughed. A confession from the Native Americans? And you tell me not to treat you like you're dumb. There's gotta be a reason why they killed him. All it takes is asking the right questions. And you think they'd have a conversation with an American? They got more fighters than this town. Well, I ain't from this town. Reckon they talk to me? Why not let me try it? Because you'd go running off in the direction of Wild Bill's first chance you got and never look back. I ain't no fool neither. Look, I've done nothing to make you believe you can't trust me. I haven't run off and I haven't caused no trouble. We did remove some evidence though. You know I ain't responsible for this. Why not let me help you? If I can get it out of them, then your job's a mile easier. He seemed to actually consider that for a moment. I didn't think he'd actually let me go. It was just a spur of the moment idea. But it was true that if I could get him to confess, everything would be over. We had the evidence. All we had to do was get him to let Summit slip. Alright, McCarthy. Let's say I give you a shot and let you go out to parley with the natives. Would you still agree to do it if I was there, hidden somewhere behind you where they couldn't see? We gotta have a second witness, one who's a real representative of the law. Otherwise, it's your word against theirs. That'd be fine with me, Sheriff. I'm doing this thing the right way, not because I'm trying to take off. Like I do that to Jed anyways. Yeah, well, we'll see, McCarthy. Speaking of, where is Jed? Ain't seen him about recently. He's been busy with paperwork. A lot of trouble ordering lately. I see. Well, do you want to go and get him to come and run the bar so we can get through this thorough waste of my time over with? I froze. I hadn't thought of the saloon in the moment when I'd offered my services. Ruh-roh! How was I supposed to manage this now? I couldn't leave right away. Jed still wouldn't even talk to me. The other hands wouldn't be enough to handle the evening rush. I'd have to close up the saloon, and then there'd be questions. But if I turned down the sheriff now, there'd be questions the other way. No need. I'm right here. What lucky chance. I only just finished. That voice! Jed! I turned and tried not to look surprised as I saw Jed coming down the stairs. He looked a little frail, but his beaming smile was back. It was almost like the last few days hadn't happened at all. He came right up to me and clapped me on the shoulder, greeting me with his warm smile. Thanks for keeping everything going down here, Lee. I composed myself enough to answer. Least I could do. Did I hear you say you had an errand to run for the sheriff? Yeah. You okay if I slip out for a little while? Sure. I'll be alright. The paperwork's all finished for now. Great. The sheriff had been watching the conversation between us impatiently. Let's get a move on, McCarthy. I still think this ain't got a shot in heck of working. Well, we won't know until we try. See you in a bit, Jed. See you. Nodding, I grabbed my hat, still reeling from Jed's sudden appearance in what seemed to be decent spirits. I hoped it weren't some kind of mirage. We're just hallucinating. More than anything else, I wanted to ask him how he was, how he'd been, and what he'd been doing in that room. But I just had to hope he'd still be up and about when I got back. Bro better not be collapsed on the ground when we get back, like, in a pool of his own vomit. Right now, I was being escorted out of town by the good sheriff, up towards the tribe's lands. Escorted was the only word for it, too. He had me by the elbow, and he weren't letting go. I ain't no criminal, Sheriff. You can let me walk alone. I know you ain't a criminal, or I'd have you in cuffs. This is just a precaution in case you decide to run. I told you, I ain't gonna run. I've got responsibilities here. To Jed? He don't need you. He's been running that place alone for years. Whatever he says about paperwork, he's probably just trying to keep you busy. Can't argue with that without outing. Ooh, what a nice horizon. I knew the sheriff didn't know squat about it. Didn't mean it didn't hurt hearing about the idea that Jed didn't need me. It was stupid. Of course it didn't take two grown men to run a saloon. Especially not in a tiny town like this one. But still, I didn't like the thought one bit. If Jed got better, he wouldn't need me no more. He only took me on because I needed it, and he was ill. But if Jed didn't get better... I remembered what the doc said and had to contain a shudder. That weren't even worth thinking about. Either way, things didn't end up good. I tried not to think of that. We're almost here. Now, I'm gonna let you go, so they don't notice me behind you. If you step 1 foot out of line... The sheriff put his hand on his holster, fingers gliding over the handle of his gun. Yeah, I got it, Sheriff. Relax, chill. I told you, you ain't got nothing to worry about. I left him watching me suspiciously from behind cover and headed out into the open. He was really acting like he didn't trust me, even after I'd agreed he could come. It was real aggravating. Feeling his eyes on me was making me distracted, and this was gonna be tough enough already. I reached the border of the reservation and called out. Hello, I've come to talk. There wasn't an immediate answer. I squinted into the sunlight, hoping maybe someone was coming. Taza! You really need to watch out behind you a bit more. We've been following you for miles. Does that mean you saw the sheriff? I jumped at the sudden noise and turned around, putting my hands above my head. The voice weren't American, and that meant drawing my gun was a bad idea. Better to show him I hadn't come with bad intentions. I saw a young Native American standing there, watching me curiously. He looked between hay and grass. Male halfway grown to adulthood. Hello. I've come to talk. You can put your hands down by your sides, cowboy. If you're really here to talk, we'll have no problems. If not, then you should know that I've got backup, and their arrows aren't friendly. I glanced around warily and put my hands down like he'd said. Why are you here? Can I please ask who you are first? I need to speak to someone in authority. He puffed up his chest with pride. My name's Taza. I'm the chief's son. Right. Then you'd count. Yes. I know it's meant to be rude to ask a white man's name, but I'm gonna ask for yours. Lee McCarthy. And since I came up to your lands without an invitation, I'd say we're even on matters front. He laughed. I like this kid. He was refreshing and smart along with it. He wasn't at all what I thought. I reminded myself, though, that these people killed Dalton by all accounts. It served me well to at least be wary of him until I knew the score. Are you going to invite the sheriff out of his hiding spot, by the way? Is it really rude? I don't know. Maybe back then? I don't know. Maybe you have to offer your name instead of being... And it would be rude to ask someone for the name if they haven't offered it. I don't know. Formalities. I don't mind if he hears our conversation. I put my palm to my forehead. I'd forgotten all about Cartwright. They said they'd been following us for miles, so of course they knew he was here. Sheriff, come up here. They'd seen us coming up the ridge. Taza says you should be a part of the conversation. Warily, I saw him stick his head out of the bushes. He looked pretty embarrassed. I thought privately that it was nice to see him taken down by a peg. He came up to us, dusting off his shirt. Told you it was a stupid idea for me to hide McCarthy. Don't know why you thought we could fool him. I refrained from answering him the way I wanted to. Taza raised his eyebrow, but didn't comment. So, what have you come all the way out here to talk about? Walk of shame, for real. Dusting off the jacket and everything. I assume if the sheriff is here, it's not about any trade. No. Look, I'm gonna be upfront with you about this. Have you heard that Mayor Dalton is dead? He was killed just over a month ago. Murdered. He frowned. I'd heard a rumor. I'm deeply sorry to hear it's true. We were wondering if you'd seen anything strange. Anyone running away from town, or any gangs close by. There's only the one group of white men nearby. That'd be Wild Bill's people. They're still there? Wow. We've already counted them out of this particular investigation. Other than them, there hasn't been nothing strange going on that we've noticed. I'll keep an eye out though, and if I see anything untoward, I'll pass on the message. I watched him close, but it seemed he said it with sincerity. He was very expressive. If his people had killed Dalton, I was sure he wasn't aware of it, at least. That meant it was either a big cover-up within the tribe that even the chief's son didn't know about, or someone had framed him for it. They're helping out with a bar. That opened up a whole other can of worms. I looked sideways at the sheriff. There was nothing more to be done here without outright flinging accusations, and that wouldn't go down well. Oh yeah, what about that freaking note that we got? Over a month ago. He seemed to agree with me. Well, it seems there's no leads to be had here, McCarthy. Best be getting back. Thanks for your time, Taza. Of course. Best of luck finding the killer. With a cordial nod and a tip of our hats, the sheriff and I departed. My head was all over the place. I was so sure it'd been them, but Taza hadn't been lying just now. Well, maybe we should go question the chief? That one I was even more sure about. So who else could it have been? My mind whirled back to Wild Bill, to Hollis, to Cartwright himself. It could have been anyone. About the only man in town I was certain hadn't done it was Jed. Anyone else? Well, who knew? Cartwright began to talk the moment we were out of range of the reserve. He was irritated. Well, it seems that was just as much a waste of time as I expected. Now, I've let you have your chance. Your plan didn't work. Jed. Jed could have done it. Come on. Jed could have done it. And now the guilt is eating him up, and that's why he's so sick. Will you let me get on with my job and stop interfering? You don't think he was being sincere? Of course not. We found the evidence already, didn't we? Don't go soft on me now, McCarthy, because of some doe-eyed boy who got you twisted around his finger. Make no mistake, they're guilty. Did you find anything else other than the feathers? No, the romance is dead. Yeah, we're back to murder mystery solving right now. Something to prove they were there at the time? As I told you before, I'm not going to share details with you. You're not operating in any official capacity. Last time you said it was because I was a suspect. The sheriff ran his hand over his brow, wiping away sweat. The heat was relentless today, even with the setting sun. There's a whole host of reasons I'm not sharing, McCarthy. You want me to stand here and list them all? Point is, your idea was total garbage. We got nothing from it, so now you're gonna let me do this my way without getting involved. I could tell he wasn't gonna listen to what I had to say. Anything I argued now would only make it worse. Fine. I kept quiet and took solace in the fact that he weren't grabbing me by the elbow no more. The sun was just about set by the time we got back to town. It's gotta be Jed. Come on, who else could it be? I'm heading back to the station. Feds might have replied by now. Sure. It's not gonna be Jed. Jed has been working here for 3 years. I had to be heading back to the saloon anyway. Jed would be needing help by now since he'd not been out of bed in days. He was probably dog-tired having to suddenly run the bar again. I bid farewell to Cartwright and hurried on back. You confess, it was you! Get in there, tell the sheriff. Give the confession right now so we can finally get out of town and go after Wild Bill. Streets were pretty quiet, and it didn't take long before I was pushing open the doors of the saloon. He's gonna be collapsed on the ground. Oh. He's not collapsed on the ground. The joint was packed full. It seemed word had got out Jed was back. He was standing behind the bar, surrounded by people, all of them clapping him on the shoulder and laughing. Yo, they're gonna knock him over. It reminded me of the very first night I'd come to Golders Rock. Buckaroos all over having a good time, and Jed in the middle of them. Back then, I'd been too tired to notice the effect he had on everyone. Now, I could tell the success of this place was all down to him. I hadn't had a crowd like this on any of the days I was working alone. Nobody likes us. He caught my eye and grinned, waving me over. For a moment, it was like he'd never been ill. He looks so different in this art. I made my way over and joined the crowd. Looking healthy. Good to see you back. You too. I gestured round to the merriment. Seems they agree with me. Jed blushed. He actually went and dang well blushed. Shucks. I had no idea they even noticed I was gone. That's what I've been telling you. You make this place. I looked at him serious. He did seem better than when I'd last seen him. But I couldn't be sure this was for real. You're gonna be helping out a bit more around here then? Is that his twin brother? Yeah, Bedge. Bedge came into town and it's helping out Jeb. Less of the paperwork from now on. He smiled and it had that familiar sparkle. Yeah. Think being down here suits me much better anyway. I'll drink to that. Cheers. He clinked glasses and drank. It felt like everything was back to normal. I was still concerned for him. I didn't think his illness had up and vanished or anything. And I was still mad he had locked himself away for so long. But right then, I was just glad to have my pal back. Pal zoned. Later that night, we were getting ready to close up together as the last drunkard tottered out the doors. The quiet was almost deafening after the ruckus from earlier. But Jed didn't waste a minute before launching into a speech. I'm sorry, Lee. I'm sorry for everything. I held up my hands and waved them in front of my face. It's no odds, really. You don't owe me anything, not even an explanation. I'm just glad you're back. He half laughed at that, shaking his head. I owe you more than I can even say, Lee. Let's get this done, and then I want to talk to you. I want to clear the air between us. I think he felt like he should explain what's been up with him, but I really didn't need him to. As long as he was ill, I'd support him. I didn't need to know the details. We mind our own business. Really, you don't have to. We're good. I want to. You've been a good friend to me, and I ain't been one to you. So let me start trying. His dang eyes, his dang old Arizona blue sky eyes. I couldn't never say no to those eyes. Sure. But first, while we're cleaning, let me tell you what you've missed on the Dalton case. Oh, right. Right, the mayor was murdered. Was that where you were today? Yeah, managed to get the sheriff to let me go and speak to the perpetrator. Jed's eyes were wide as dinner plates. Hey, Rased. Welcome in. You think this is the one time when you're truly validated in saying, what in tarnation? What in tarnation indeed. Very apropos. I think we're about to get into a emotional conversation with our current love interest, Jed. Nice hat, by the way. Thank you. I tip my hat. I keep my hat tipped because I like the art of me tipping my hat better than the art of my default. I also have this sad one that I never use. Yeah, so murder mystery, but also love interest is very ill. But he's now better for now, since the last few days. The sad one will come in handy when he breaks my heart. When he dies, we'll just be like, oh, forlorn. Oh, it wasn't meant to be. I'm actually really bad at changing my states. Yeah, so long, partner. So long. Right into the sunset. Goodbye. So you know who done it? Well, in a manner of speaking, you gotta swear that this don't leave this bar, Jed. He raised a hand to his chest, all serious-like. On my honor. Alright then. Last time, when I went to the house to snoop around, I found a feather there. A colored one, like what some Native Americans have. Shoot. Dies and or turns out to be murderer. Or the secret third thing. The boring one. He's none of those things and he gets better or lives with his illness. So we're the Lee guy, right? Yep, we are Lee McCarthy. We are a bounty hunter. We came to this little town to find Wild Bill McCoy, who we are trying to get revenge on for killing our friend and lover, Jimmy. But this route has been... We have not been making that our priority in this route. Like, it's been a month and a half or whatever, and like, I don't know, I can't believe Wild Bill is still in his hideout. You don't know if we should go around telling people who's the suspect. We trust Jed, apparently. He's our homie. Our bromie. But yeah, when we got into town, the mayor of the town was murdered, and we couldn't leave the town on account of the sheriff being like, "You're a suspect. I know you didn't do it, but you're still a suspect." Bromeo and Broliet. True. Bromie is in love. But that don't make no sense. Why would a Native American kill Dalton? Dalton's the mayor. Ex-mayor. I didn't know neither. But then, I don't know much about what went on between the town and the tribe before I came here. Jed leaned onto the bar with his elbow, putting his chin on the heel of his hand. You know, we came for vengeance and stayed for the blonde cutie. We were so enamored by his Arizona sky blue eyes and his smile. He seemed real confused, frowning hard. Go on, tell me the rest. Dude, he's gonna snitch. Nah, bro. I pushed on with the story. Well, I didn't want to get involved because that's political stuff that goes way above my head. But while you were indisposed, the good sheriff came into the bar. He told me he'd seen me at the scene and warned me again to keep out of it, and he knew I took the feather I found. I mean, everyone keeps saying revenge is not the way. Sometimes you just gotta ice a dude. Exactly. What are we gonna do? Be friends with him? Actually, there is a route. There is a, I think Wild Bill McCoy is a romanceable option. That one I am actually looking forward to. Said he was waiting on the federal government to come back to a telegram he'd sent giving him permission to go in for him. But it was taking a while without a full confession. So I said maybe I could get him to confess since they don't know I'm from town. We went up there this afternoon, but they didn't say nothing. They also saw the sheriff with us, so... I mean, it's at least what you're assuming a somewhat silly romance visual novel, so that wouldn't shock you. Yeah, give me all the routes possible. We can apparently, there's a route with the sheriff too, which I feel like we have no chemistry with, so that'd be interesting to see. The strange part was, the boy I spoke to was the son of the chief, and I'm sure he genuinely didn't know nothing about it. Is Devin a romance option? He should be, but since they did not draw out his full face, he is not. So if it was them, it must have been a real high-up job. For the first time, Jed spoke up. His face was dead serious. When you were a teen, you played some hentai visual novel, and this random stray cat you found turned out to be an angel, of course, and since then, nothing surprises you in visual novels. Yeah. This visual novel is a little more grounded than that, than a cat turning into a angel, but yeah, I see where you're coming from. It's not silly, their love is found and true. We took care of him when he was deathly ill for many, many days, and he wouldn't come out of his room or speak to us. Like, I literally thought he died in there, like... But, no. He's good. You say grounded, but you also say you can romance a guy you want to kill. Some liberties are being taken. That's not that far off. Enemies to lovers, come on. Little tropesies here and there. Do you really think that's what happened? Deep down, I'm not buying it. I think someone set him up. You got good instincts, Blackjack. I forgot that was our nickname. Cat turning into angel is kind of basic when you go deep into anime / visual novel core. Yeah, anime, definitely. Visual novel, I haven't played many visual novels. So, but I feel like I could see that. Especially for a hentai visual novel, they be doing all kinds of like, this thing is actually this thing. Wait, but why is a stray cat an angel? Why would it not be a cat girl? Or maybe no, that's what they want you to think. So they're like, let's go off the rails and make you an angel instead. It's kind of basic, but that was 20 years ago, so you know. Also turned to dust as you were typing that sentence. Oh dear lord. No, well, you'll fit in right with this dusty western town. Get blown away by the wind. True, 20 years ago. That's probably the origin of these tropes. One day you'll become a tumbleweed. Now not many know this bit of information, but I was something of a confidant to Dalton afore he passed. I can read. When he was deep in his cups, he talked to me because he didn't have nobody else. Give us the deets. He looked down at the bar for a second. I could feel the sadness in his voice. I spoke to him the night he died. Reckon I might have been the last man that did. Okay, that's kind of a bummer. He told me about trying to make up with Hollis. No, that's so sad. Sounds like it didn't go as well as he wanted, but they were working on it. Not the brothers. It's why I dismissed him from the start. Jed started pouring us drinks while he talked. Seems he needed something to do with his hands. I noticed him shaking a bit. He also told me about the disagreement he'd been having with Cartwright. I think that was something with like the Native Americans from like when we did Hollis's route. Hollis is Dalton's brother, and they're like estranged. And then there was something there about like who stole the cows on his ranch, and the Native Americans were getting blamed and stuff like that. Now this had all been happening behind closed doors, but you see, it's all connected. Hollis's ranch borders the Native American territory. And I don't know if you know, but their reserve is 4 times the acreage of our town boundaries. He passed me a cider and I took it without complaint. I was listening to his every word. This sounded like the key to the whole dang secret. Hollis has never liked that. It was one of the many grievances he had with his brother, among other things. But this time, Cartwright was involved. Cartwright is the sheriff. His voice was beginning to crack with emotion. It seemed that after the brothers failed to make up, Hollis spoke to Cartwright. He wanted to find a way to expand his land. And Cartwright has a grudge against the Native Americans because of the trouble he has to go through to keep him happy. Special protections from the government and all that. It'd work well in his favor if they were gone. What Dalton told me that night. Sorry, Lee, I need a moment. He paused, trying to gather his nerves. I could tell this was difficult for him remembering it. I'd never thought about Jed being close to the mayor before. Dalton had been a big part of my life over the last few weeks, only in the sense that he was a puzzle to be worked out. Something intangible. To Jed, he'd been a real person, a friend. Oh god. Save. Reach out and touch Jed's hand in support. Look down into my drink and wait for him to speak again. I kind of don't want to touch his hand in support because that just, I don't like that. Just the touching the hand part. Look down into my drink and wait for him to speak again. I wanted to reach out and comfort him, but I didn't know how he'd take it. It was probably best not to. We're gonna get the bad route ending. Let's go. Instead, I just looked down and waited for him to continue. What Dalton told me was that he'd had Cartwright busting into his office, asking him to sign a confiscation order. Hollis had it drawn up in the hopes that when he made up with his brother, Dalton would use it to take land off the Native Americans. Dalton refused. He said he didn't think it was right. We'd get TB? No. Stay back, Jed. We're not touching you. Cartwright got mad and threatened him, said he'd bring down his political career. Still, Dalton didn't budge. That was a few days before the incident. Jed took a deep breath. If we go the bad route, you'll be speaking to your lawyer. It's okay. If we do get the bad route, then we end on a good note, so we'll go back and then make the choices for the good route. Or the good end. I'm sorry I didn't say none of this before. I hoped it wasn't what I thought. That Cartwright was a better man. But think about it. He started pacing slowly, sipping his drink and casting me meaningful glances. Stop looking at me, bro. He ties in with Hollis, the man who's giving him a reason to enact a confiscation order. For all we know, he talked him into it. Then, when his threats don't work, maybe he decides it's easier if Dalton's out of the way, and he's the only elected official in town for a while. There's your motive. He's got the key to Dalton's house. Easy enough for him to wait there for the drunken mayor to come home and surprise him. He sets up a feather at the scene and goads someone, that's you, by chance into going there to find it. Then he comes to talk, to make sure you suspect the same thing as him, so he can go ahead and call them all criminals, giving him the right to execute that order. Jed stopped in front of me. Leaning down real close, he looked straight into my eyes. People with blue eyes looking like... For once, I didn't even feel a hint of cheek nor charm coming from him. He was dead serious. Tell me, did he actually show you anything? A scrap of evidence to prove what he's saying's true? Nope. Not a dang thing. I was beginning to come around to Jed's theory. All the pieces tied up. Why'd he go to the reserve today then? He should have known all that'd do is work against him if I talked with him and found out they were innocent. Jed shrugged. Can't say I know why. Maybe to gain your confidence. Or to do you a favor so when he calls you up and asks you to witness the evidence, you will pay him back? I thought about it. Cartwright hadn't ever tried to endear himself to me. If anything, it was the opposite. He'd been stern, stubborn, and altogether very difficult. That don't seem right. Still, all the other pieces add up. I drummed my fingers on the table. If Cartwright really was behind all this and had been duping me all along, I had to stop him. Did we learn who killed Dalton and Hollis's root? I don't even remember. For the good of the tribe who hadn't done nothing wrong, and to make sure Dalton didn't die for nothing. He couldn't get away with it. Problem is, we don't have no evidence. All I got is a feather upstairs, and your word Dalton said what he did. That won't fly when we're trying to accuse the sheriff. Jed casts his eyes down. Then we gotta get more evidence. We can't let Cartwright get away with this, Lee. We won't. Unless if Jed is making all this up and he's manipulating us. I sounded far more confident than I felt. For Jed's sake, I had to try to. It was looking like he might start shedding tears any second. Tell the truth, I wasn't sure if we could outsmart the sheriff, but I was dang well gonna give it my all. Because Dalton deserved justice, and a tribe of innocents shouldn't be thrown out of their turf for no reason. But also, and most importantly, because I loved Jed. Wow, okay, that was quick. And I wanted to see his pain disappear. I got a plan, alright? Tomorrow, I'm gonna need your help. But we're gonna make sure the sheriff's plot gets outed to the whole town. Just went straight into it, yeah. We were like, I think we like him. Oh man, we do like him. And now we're saying we love him. He looked up all determined with a fierceness in his eyes. Got it, Lee. I'll help you any way I can. Great. Now let's finish cleaning up this place and hit the hay. I'm out for the count. Hit the hay. No innuendo there. I had forgotten Jed wanted to tell me about his trip to the docks. But beyond not being sure he even really wanted to talk about it, I wasn't sure I was anywhere near ready to hear it. How do you face learning that the man you love might be dying? Especially since I'd only figured out how I felt a couple days ago. It all felt too fast and unfair. I knew I was being a downright coward, but now I was facing the music. I wanted to cling to my reality just a little longer. Jed weren't gonna let me, though. As I bid him goodnight and went to my room, he followed, taking a seat in the chair. Bro, we're saying we're hitting the hay. Lee, I gotta talk to you. I'm beat, Jed. I know this is important to you, and I want to be able to give you my full attention. Sorry, but you're gonna have to listen to me now. He looked down at the floor, all uneasy. This ain't easy to come out with, and tomorrow, I don't know if I'll have the courage no more. So it's gotta be tonight. I took a breath. I'd been selfish. I hadn't been thinking of how hard it'd be for him to say the words. Or of how hard it'd been for him to bear that burden alone. Alright? Go on, Jed. I'm listening. We're so in. He sighed. I suppose it's easiest if I start from the beginning. He stood up then and started unbuttoning his shirt. Okay. I was mighty confused. Jed, what are you doing? What the? He didn't respond, just shucked his shirt completely. Whoa, Nelly is right. He was looking real thin, and probably conscious of it too, since he seemed nervous. My illness, it's 'cause of this. He turned round, and I had to stifle a gasp. What is it? What is it? What is that? Not the tattoo. Across the back of his shoulder was a terrible bullet wound. You're saying you have a bullet lodged in your body? Is that what you're saying? And you're like slowly decomposing? Stops penicilling. It's scarred over, but it looked so nasty to begin with because it hadn't healed right. It was all a mess of scar tissue and lumpy skin. I couldn't believe it. First off, who in their right mind would want to shoot a man like Jed? Ain't no way he'd done anything deserving of that. Harmonica music stops. Second, I couldn't believe he'd survived it. I do not like Twitch, oh no! Judging by how deep it looked, and how much it scarred, it must have been a nasty one. Oh, dramatic hair! Oh. I know it's ugly. That ain't what I was thinking. Twitch lag, no! It was a bullet wound. What did you miss? He shucked off his shirt, and he has a tattoo on the front of his chest, which I thought he was referring to, that was causing his illness, but no, on his shoulder there's a old bullet wound that scarred and healed really badly. Don't lie. It's the first thing I always think. Well, it ain't pretty, that's for sure. But I ain't lying when I told you that's not what I was thinking. He smiled a little at that. Even if it was masked by nerves and sadness. So it's not TB? I mean, could you get TB from a bullet if a bullet is stuck in you? At least I'm assuming the bullet is still stuck in his body. Well, I got it the night I left my hometown. I gotta tell you about my past, Lee, because you deserve to know. Tell me. I like his hair there. He put his shirt back on, buttoning it up as he spoke. Then he sat back down on the chair and looked at me seriously. You're not a doctor, but according to your medical knowledge of watching House twice, that's not how you get TB. More credentials than me, so. It's a virus and airborne. What am I thinking of? What's the one you get with iron? Not iron, with metal. I'm reacting much more quickly to your posts. Tetanus, yes. Okay, yeah. I'm thinking about tetanus then. Whoops. They both start with T. Then he sat back down on the chair and looked at me seriously. But, well, before that, the doc told me that this is what's causing my sickness. I've got something he called cerebritis. Ooh, guys, we're about to learn more medical knowledge. A medical condition of the brain involving inflammation of the brain due to fungal and bacterial infections. Symptoms may include headaches, nausea, vomiting, and hallucinations. If left untreated, it can develop into cerebral abscess. Oh my gosh. They both start with T, what you don't want to hear from your doctor. Good thing I'm not your doctor. I'm not a doctor, so fantastic. So true, though. Cerebral cortex. Fungal and bacterial infections. Yo, that sucks. Well, I'm glad we made him see the doctor. I hope he doesn't have the cerebral abscess. Cerebritis? I've heard of it vaguely before. Some cousin of a nephew or someone I'd known long ago. Couldn't quite place it in my head though. Yeah, it's an affliction of the brain. You see, when I got this, I was all alone. Wait. It's been at least 3 years since he got this. Since he got that bullet wound. So... and left untreated. It's been untreated for 3 years. When I got this, I was all alone, and I didn't know what to do or where to go. I was scared, so I bandaged it up myself, and I never took out the bullet. Doc says it's been poisoning my blood ever since, and now it's too late to do anything about it. Oof. That's an oof. He's lucky it wasn't gangrene. Oof. And he made it 3 years untreated. Even if they took it out, I'd still have my condition, and the surgery would be pricey and make my back even worse. So I told him to leave it alone, but it means I'm only going to get worse. At this point in time, you could still die from anything. Very true. The Wild West. At the moment, it's dizzy spells and vomiting. I'll have good times and bad times. The doc said eventually the good instances will happen less. I'll have problems moving my joints. I might get sick more often. It's the 1800s. You could die from going to the doctor or outside. True. If your doctor has the knowledge of me, they both start with T. Misdiagnosing you. Goodness gracious. I could even start having hallucinations, seeing things that aren't really there. I was listening in horror. I wished so sorely that I could do anything for him, and knowing I couldn't made it all the more frustrating. Jed. I don't need pity, Lee. Truth be told, I've been doing a lot of thinking in that room over the last couple nights. Did the doctor give you medication? Speaking of which, an apple a day will keep anyone away if you throw it hard enough. Never forget that time you read about an old-timey surgery having a mortality of 3. They were operating on 1 person. Dude, the old-timey surgeries are scary. I don't even want to think about it. They just be using saws. They're like, here, bite this cloth, drink this alcohol. We're gonna cut you open right here, right now. And they're just like playing around. They're like, maybe we should try this. Or we should try this. That's scary. I'm so glad we're not living in that time. What the doctor told me, he said I'll live as long as anyone else. This ain't gonna kill me. Even modern surgery is scary. It was only worse back then. I definitely am thankful that we have anesthesia now. For sure, I'll take that way over back then. But it's eventually gonna make my life a living hell. He looked down at the floor and his voice went real low. I've got a gun in that room. You know that? Jed, that was literally what I was worried about when you were not answering us. I don't like using them after the incident. But I got it for emergencies, in case anyone tries to break into the saloon at night. I lay there all day, and all I could think about was, what if I just did it? Give me the gun, Jed. Yeah, we're confiscating that. What if I just ended it all right here? I literally thought he would have ended it all, like... Oh, he's crying! No! Oh, no! His shoulders were shaking. Look, his tears so shiny and glistening. He was crying, sobbing silently. I didn't know what to do. I was still trying to process all of this. What hell he'd been living through all alone, and all I'd done was bring some goddamn food to his door. Yeah, we should have... Yeah, we should have barged through the door. I should have been doing more. I should have barged down that dang door and... And what? What could I have done? What could I do now? I opened my mouth, still not knowing exactly what I was gonna say. Oh god. Oh god. A man knows when his time's right. I can't say nothing else except hope you decide to keep living. Maybe it ain't getting better right now, but who's to say it never will? Giving up ain't the right way. I had to make him see that this weren't right. That it couldn't just end here like that. I never thought I'd ever fall in love again, and now I had. I was gonna fight tooth and nail for him. It didn't matter that he never loved me back. All that mattered was that he knew there was hope, and I wouldn't wake up tomorrow to find him gone forever. Doesn't matter anyway. In the end, I couldn't do it. I'm a dang cowardly. I know what's ahead of me, and it's bleak, but I still couldn't do it. Why? Why couldn't I pull the trigger? No. He put his head in his hands, and he was sobbing for real now. There's so much more to live for, Jed, come on! I got down on the floor by his chair and leaned against his legs. I can't even begin to think about what you're going through right now, Jed. But I can't tell you how glad I am that you didn't pull that trigger. You ain't no coward. You're a smart man that deep down knows he's got a lot more to live for. Exactly. Jed looked up at me then, his tears staining his cheeks. What, Lee? What have I got? I'd never heard his voice like this before. It was broken, despairing, cutting into my soul. You've got this place, these people, in this town. I thought you could see that, see how much they need you. I wasn't gonna tell him just how much I needed him. How much it hurt hearing him say he had nothing. I ran away from everything and everyone a long time ago. I've come here to this lonely place where nobody will find me, where nobody knows me. I run this saloon and keep people happy because I'm scared. I'm so scared, Lee. What are you scared of? Guns. My parents, my old life. People who knew me. Mostly, though, myself. I hide away in this dusty old place, passing my life where nobody will look twice. And I do it on purpose because I've been running away from my problems for years. Jed, no! I gently reached up and put a hand on his shoulders, tentatively. I didn't want him to flinch or push me away. He didn't. He leaned into my hand, still sobbing his heart out. No, no. Whatever you've done or didn't do, it's in the past now. Look at what you've got right now. Regardless how you came upon it, you got your own business, your saloon. You got the respect of everyone in this town. You got a charming smile and a good head on your shoulders. And you got me. Jed laughed, a dry laugh that almost turned into a cough. You wouldn't be sticking around if you knew who I really was, Lee. Come on, tell us, tell us! You wouldn't want to be in the same room as me. Or under the same roof. I deserve every minute of this pain, and that's why I couldn't pull the trigger. What did you do? Did you kill your friend? What happened? Because deep down, I know I deserve to suffer it. No man deserves that. What about Wild Bill, Lee? Oh. Answer my question. I wouldn't even wish it on Bill. So there ain't a chance you'll make me believe that. His shoulders stopped shaking just the tiniest bit. I pressed on, desperate to make him understand. And I'm telling you right now that I ain't going nowhere. Not unless you order me out that door. Oh yeah, we're in my room. It don't matter if you were a thief or a smuggler or a goddamn killer. You ain't that now, and that's what matters. You're my pal, Jed, and I ain't never gonna ditch you. His eyes were full of pain and sadness when he looked up at me. He met my gaze for the first time since he'd started talking. I'm going to tell you a story of why I got shot, Lee. Like I said before, you deserve to know. And I fully expect you'll hate me after, because God knows it's what I've brought on myself. I won't blame you for slipping out in the night and never looking back. So, just know that, okay? I braced myself. Sounded like the story wasn't going to be a nice one. But I was sure that no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't leaving Jed's side. Love didn't work that way. It was 4 years ago, give or take. I just turned 21. Since I was a kid, I'd been quiet and meek. Didn't really have many friends or try to make any. I just kept my head down, worked hard at school, and helped my pa out at the weekends. My pa's a priest, you see, so I was in the church choir, and I helped him hand out the bread and wine at communion. I think my parents hoped I'd follow on and go into the clergy, and I wasn't opposed to that neither. I just did what I was told and got on with growing up. But all that changed when I got older. I started taking on more duties at the church since my pa was getting older, and I was happy to do it, don't get me wrong. But I started to feel like that this wasn't all I could do, wasn't all I could be cut out for. Now everyone round town knows I ain't got no friends. I'm fine with that. I keep to myself on purpose. Then one day, this boy about my age rolls up and introduces himself. He says his name's Dean Elford, and he's new around. I nodded in recognition of the name. Seemed like I might finally be learning more about who Dean was. Let me just hydrate real quick. Or more importantly, what his role in Jed's life had been. Jed took a deep breath before continuing. Not allowed to hydrate. No! Too late. Already hydrated. My pa, being so generous, sent him my way. Partially because it's the priest's job to make newcomers welcome, and partially because he thought it'd do me good, no doubt. So Dean became my first friend. He was a good influence on me, and we got along famous. Next few years go on like before. I'm still living at home, even though I couldn't move out because Pa is getting very frail. I'm doing most of the church work now, even starting to give sermons. That's when it all began to go wrong. My mom brings a girl home, tells us her name's Daisy. I sort of knew her, petite little thing from my old school class. Ma pulls me into the kitchen and says sternly that it was about time I found myself a wife if I was going to take over from Pa. Now you gotta understand where my head's at. I've never even thought about that stuff before. It's not that I didn't want a wife or anything. It all just seemed like something I could put off and think about later. Nobody had ever taken my eye before, so it didn't really cross my mind. I tried to tell Ma, but she ain't having none of it. Says I'm nearly 21 and that I better settle down. They've given me plenty of time to pick my own girl, and I haven't done it. So I go along with her, and I'm polite to Daisy, but I just feel like there's something missing. Some element that I've never felt. The stuff they talk about in songs and stories, you know? I never felt that, and I didn't feel it with Daisy neither. She was all sweet on me, and I let her kiss me and touch me because it seemed to make her happy, and I lied through my teeth and told her I loved her. I might have gone along and married her anyway, to please my ma, if it hadn't been for Dean. Here, Jed hesitated. Up until this point, his voice had been strong and clear, but now he paused and looked troubled. After a beat, I opened my mouth to tell him he didn't have to carry on, but he held a hand up and continued. He tried to talk me out of it, told me I was being stupid and shouldn't settle. Dean always knew what was best, and he always looked out for me. I should have listened to him, but I was scared of what it'd mean to say no, of disappointing my parents and Daisy as well. I'm such a coward that I let it all carry on. But Dean, being the good pal he was, kept coming round and begging me not to. And I never listened to him. At this point, Jed drew a breath and shuddered. I'd been listening with rapt attention, wondering if Jed was gonna tell me he somehow murdered Daisy or something. Seemed the story was taking a different direction, though. Ma keeps bringing Daisy round, and sooner or later, she asks about a wedding. Well, I was so stuck in my ways, and I thought marrying her would be the best way forward. Stupid how short-sighted I was back then. So we set up a wedding, and the whole town's there. My pa's officiating, and he couldn't have looked prouder. Instead of Daisy coming through the church doors, though, it's Dean. He's standing there in front of everyone I know, looking mad as anything. And he says, I'm not gonna let you go through with this, Jed, because you don't love her and you know it. Think about the poor girl you're marrying. And I looked at my shoes, because deep down, I thought he was right. But I was scared. Pa asks what all the commotion's about, and Dean shouts out on my behalf. I'm here to stop him from ruining that girl's life and his own. My pa looks at me all confused, and I'm rooted to the spot with no idea what to say. I blurted out that Dean was lying, and the look he gave me, I'll never forget that disappointment. Dean turned then and said he'd leave. Said that he thought I was a better man and would do the right thing. And then... Jed paused again, tears welling up in his eyes. My breath caught. I knew what was coming. He didn't have to say it. I knew how hard it was to tell people my own story. Jed, it's okay. You don't have to say anything more. I understand. He shook his head but couldn't seem to get any more words out. I reached over and touched his shoulder gently, the one with his scar, and smiled sadly. It ain't no odds. I'm here for you, and I don't need to know nothing more. Jed took a shuddering breath. No, you deserve to know this much at least. My own uncle shot me, Lee. Dean, after what he said, my uncle stood up and accused him of being, well, I'm not saying that, and then the shot went off, and I ran to Dean and held him as he died and wept. Bro, come on, at the wedding? At the wedding? Come on. Your uncle? I hope your uncle's locked up, bro. On a Monday? We're not even at the bad end. This is just part of his route. God. At that moment, I didn't care what people thought he was, or what we were, or about Daisy at all. My pa looked down at me and told me harsher than I've ever heard him that if I weren't marrying Daisy, to leave and not come back. You just saw your brother kill a guy. I was clutching onto Dean's body and couldn't move. Daisy was crying in the background and people were murmuring and whispering, but I didn't care. I just wanted Dean back. What did it matter? Any of it, when my best friend, the only one who cared to stand up for me, even when I didn't stand up for myself, was gone. Then all of a sudden, I felt this excruciating pain in my back, and I was face down on the floor. There was blood dripping down my shoulder. I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Pop was yelling again, and some other people were shouting, and someone was being restrained. Forcing myself to get up and leave Dean there all glassy-eyed, I turned and ran away. I bandaged up my own wound, which luckily hadn't hit nothing vital, and then I ran far away, out of town and onto the next town and the next. I mourned for Dean, a man who'd been too good a friend to lose. I worked odd jobs here and there, till I had enough to move on, but eventually I wound up far enough away from my hometown that nobody had even heard any of it. Here in Golders Rock. I used the last of my money to buy this old place and do it up. Been here ever since. I was reeling. It was hard for me to take in, but the story was so much like my own, it made my heart clench. Poor Jed had to go through so much. He looked up then, and his voice was stronger all of a sudden. But Lee, I've never repented. I've just been running from my problems for going on 4 years. A good man died because of me. I'm as good as a murderer. God's setting right his wrongs by giving me my retribution. And I'm still too much of a coward to take the easy way out. Jed's voice shook and dropped. The story was over, and all I felt was a wave of pity and regret. Jed had been blaming himself for years for the death of his friend and his family's outrage, all for a refusal to marry someone he didn't love. Somehow, I felt there was more to it than that. Something in the way Jed's shoulders bowed and his eyes couldn't meet mine told me that he hadn't divulged everything. Still, he told me enough for me to know that he was just the kind of man I thought he was. Jed. I stood up and grabbed him by the shoulders. He looked at me all startled. Then I pulled him into a tight hug. I used the strength of my arms to hold him against me. Tentatively, he lifted his arms and hugged me back, and soon he was clinging to me like his life depended on it. His head dropped onto my shoulder and I felt a wet patch start to form. Oh, he needed that hug. Oops, save. I ain't going nowhere, Jed. I told you I'd be here for you and I meant it. You think I'd leave now? Then you don't know Lee McCarthy. Ooh. Which one are we saying? I told you I'd be here for you and I meant it. You're just a normal man who's been dealt a rough hand, and I admire you for how you've been handling it. Don't let the words of your pa or anyone else get into your head. You deserve a good life as much as the next man, or even more. Jed gave a throaty laugh into my shoulder. You really don't have to, Lee. I won't think no worse of you. I want to. Huh. I pulled back out of the hug and looked him seriously in the eye. I needed him to understand how important this was, and how personal it was too. I told you before, Jed, when you were in your room all alone. You matter to me. I care about you. Whatever you did in the past, no matter how sick you are, and no matter what God or anyone else thinks of you, it don't matter to me at all. You're my pal, Jed, and you're the same man I knew yesterday and the day before that. Can you get that? Jed broke into a watery smile. There, I had him. I could see the relief in his eyes as he pulled me back into another hug. He looks fine. You're the best man I ever knew, Lee. Better than Dean? I smiled into his shoulder. Second best. Dean really sounds like a heck of a guy. This is better than Brokeback Mountain. You know, I actually haven't watched that, so I wouldn't know. He was. Let's drink to him sometime, shall we? Jimmy was just like him. I'd like that. Let's say we share a bottle for our lost friends tomorrow. After we take down Cartwright. Deal. We'd been talking so long the sun was almost starting to come up. Normally this was about the time I get up for the day. Wow, we stayed up all night. We said we were gonna hit the hay. We were dead tired. I pulled back out of the hug and yawned. Looks like we ain't getting much sleep tonight. Jed laughed again, and he was almost back to normal. At least, as normal as he'd been recently. A night of no sleep hadn't done him any favors. Yeah. Sorry about that. Don't you dare. I'm glad we talked. Hope you get a lot of stuff off your chest, and I got to say that I, for one, am glad you're still here. For the first time in a while, I think I am too. Jed grinned, and I grinned right back. I felt like we were closer than we'd ever been, though I still got the feeling there was something he was holding back. I shrugged it off, though. It was none of my business if Jed didn't want to tell. Yeah, cue the aw. It's sweet. Ah. Glad that he told his story. That was rough. That was a really good CG of him crying. I felt that. Well, since there ain't no point in trying to get any sleep tonight, tell me what plan you had for the sheriff? Right. I sat down on the bed and leaned across conspiratorially. This is the third time they've used this description for leaning. Here's what we're gonna do. So it's the sheriff who put the note in our room. It's gotta be. Even though he's the one who told us to stay put. A few hours later, the sun was properly up and Jed and I had the plan laid out. Luckily, his cerebritis weren't too bad today. It seemed after the awful spell he just had, he was due to be somewhat okay for a while. I went off to the sheriff's office while Jed headed out to Hollis's ranch. I had the feather in my pocket, intending to plant it in the sheriff's pocket. After all, it wasn't really a plan if that was where it originally come from. Jed would find the confiscation order in Hollis's house, signed by Cartwright and unsigned by Dalton. Then between those two bits of evidence and Jed's recollection of his conversation, we'd force him to confess. Unfortunately, that plan was shot to heck the minute I entered the station. Cartwright jumped up excitedly, waving a piece of paper. McCarthy, good timing. I just got the telegram back from the federal government. Those SOBs are done for. He walked past me out of his office and took his hat and gun from the stand by the door. I'm gonna call a town meeting and tell everyone I've found the killers. Gonna need you to back me up on this, though. Can I count on you? Ooh, that's a little awkward. He looked at me sharply. If I had said anything but yes, I was sure I'd have been locked in the cells until it was all over. Of course, Sheriff. I want to see justice done. We're not lying when we said that. Good man, come with me. Wait, you're calling the meeting right now? Shoot, I wouldn't have time to warn Jed the plan had changed. Of course, you gotta get the news out, so we can start the process of arresting the chief and moving him on. Why, you didn't have something else more important to do, did you? His voice was dripping with sarcasm. I was trapped. No, sir, let's get this done. Excellent. Stick by me and I'll tell you when to speak, okay? Yikes. He walked over to the clock tower and the sheriff rang the bell a few times. It seems that was the signal to meet in the square, as several people started appearing out of buildings and opening windows. Oh, dear lord. Horror. Soon enough, there was a big crowd gathered. Oh my god, there's Devin and his two brothers. In fact, about the only regulars I couldn't see there were Jed and Hollis. This could be bad news. How was I gonna enact the plan alone without that confiscation order? Much less when the feather wasn't in the sheriff's pocket yet. This was going south fast. That's just Devin with different hats and vests. Man, Devin gets around. Good people of Golders Rock. I am pleased to announce that this morning I have finally confirmed the identity of the murderer of Mayor Dalton. Lee McCarthy, could you come up here for a moment? I approached the sheriff from where I'd been standing off to the side. The responsible party for the murder is the local Native American tribe. I have substantial evidence to support this, but before I go into it, Mr. McCarthy, I'd like you to confirm my words. I felt sick to my stomach saying it, but I couldn't say nothing else. It's true. Good man. The sheriff's mustache curled up in a wicked smile. And you might be wondering how Mr. McCarthy is privy to this piece of information. It's because he's the one they hired to do it. Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh, Mr. Sheriff Cartwright. Wow, indeed. How are you a root in this game? I am very curious how that route is gonna go. What in tarnation? Wait. Yeah, what in tarnation? Was that the sheriff accusing me? He had a triumphant gleam in his eye as the crowd started muttering. Did you think it was a coincidence he arrived in town the night the mayor died? No, he was hired by the Native Americans as someone who wouldn't stand out, to kill our mayor on their orders. He was supposed to take the whole fall for him, cut all ties so they wouldn't be culpable, but I figured out who was really behind it. He started pacing, and the crowd was split between staring at me and him. I was breathing fast and hard. This had been a setup from the start. How could I have underestimated him? It's not true. I never met anyone from around here before I arrived. No? Oh! Then would you care to explain why I observed you going onto Native American lands yesterday and meeting with their tribal leader's son? Oh my god, he's got us. It's Joe over. He's got us. I went to try and get a confession out of him, with your permission. And why would they tell you anything unless you were involved from the beginning, McCarthy? Sure seems unlikely that they'd divulge anything about the murder to a random stranger, but to someone who'd been in on it? Now that's a different story. Don't you agree? He didn't give me no time to answer, sweeping straight on to his next point. I gripped my teeth. This weren't looking good for me. I have here some evidence taken from the scene. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Cartwright pulled out 3 of the same colored feathers as I had seen in a little bag marked evidence. Don't tell me he's gonna say, show us what's in your pocket, with the feather in her pocket. These were left behind on the night of the murder. Do you, or do you not, McCarthy, have one of these same feathers in your pocket right this moment? Oh my god, this dude is a mastermind. Shoot. Shoot, he'd seen through my lie. He knew all along. I glared fury at him as I drew the feather out of my pocket. Yes, Sheriff, I do. The townsfolk gasped. This is not a fun magic trick, Sheriff McCarthy. Make whatever your name is. Cartwright. Sheriff Cartwright. That is not a fun magic trick. I could see they were beginning to believe his rhetoric. To be honest, I would have too. He had quite the convincing tale. So, your little tribal friends gave you a present, and during the struggle, that must have occurred. You left them behind. Or maybe you did it on purpose, hoping I'd shift the blame onto them from the start, and you'd get away scot-free? Very clever, McCarthy. Are you even really Blackjack, or did you steal his badge? Bro, I am who I say I am, unlike some other men here. He narrowed his eyes. He knew he'd won. I have evidence tying you to the scene and proof you're working with the Native Americans. On that basis, I'm placing you under arrest for murder, Mr. McCarthy. Best make your peace with God, because you're going to the gallows. After that, I'm gonna deal with the tribe. We will see justice. He directed the last part at the gathered townsfolk, who cheered loudly in response. I could still feel their eyes on me as he cuffed me, but I couldn't defend myself. He tricked me, hook, line, and sinker. Stop! He's lying to you. To all of you. I saw Jed pushing his way through the crowd. It was brave of him to try, but I didn't see a way anything he said would make a difference now. The sheriff's the one behind this. Look, here's another one of the feathers, which I took from his office just now. Jed produced a feather, but Cartwright snorted. Should have known you'd try to defend your pal, Jed. I bet you found it in his room. Maybe he even planned on leaving that feather in your saloon to pin it on you. Don't you see you've been fooled? He's been lying to us all. You're the only man lying here, Cartwright. I was chuffed that Jed didn't hesitate a second. He really believed in me. He was standing confrontationally opposite Cartwright, eyes blazing. I spoke to Dalton the night he died. He told me about the confiscation order, Cartwright. You mean the confiscation order he signed to get rid of the tribe's lands? The sheriff's eyes gleamed. He really had seen everything coming. If he told you, that probably means word got out and their spies heard about it. That was all the motive they'd need. Any man would want to get rid of someone who's taking his land away. Dalton told me he didn't sign that order. You did. And once again, Jed, it's your word against a mountain of evidence. And your buddy facing the noose. What you say ain't gonna count for nothing. Jed grit his teeth, but he knew Cartwright had him pegged. He'd drawn us both in, let us believe we knew what we were doing, and sprung the perfect trap. I locked eyes with Jed and shrugged. We'd been beaten. Don't just shrug in defeat. McCarthy, come on. There weren't much more to say. Excuse me, can I get up here? There. Someone else was making his way through the crowd. Good old Hollis. I was surprised to see Hollis appear out the crowd of townsfolk. We've never even officially met this man in this playthrough. Yeah, I got something to say. Ah, did you bring the confiscation order like I asked? Show these good people that it's got Earl's signature on it, and I'll call this case closed. Everyone looked at Hollis expectantly. He puffed on his smoke once more, then dropped it to the ground and stamped on the butt. This weren't what Earl wanted, John. I ain't gonna do this no more. The sheriff visibly paled. What? Good people, Jed's right. My brother did not sign the order. Hollis produced a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolding it and showing it round to the assembled people. It only had one signature on it, Cartwright's. Dalton's column was blank. I'm gonna explain everything from the beginning here, because I feel the time's right. Story time, again. I know a lot of you thought I was the one responsible for this, and in a way, I am. I'm sorry for whatever part I played in this whole thing, but it's time the truth was out. A lot of you know that Earl and I weren't on the best terms for a long while. Recently, we had a meeting and a lot of rumors went round about what it was about. Well, it was for this. You all know that I'm the town's sole provider of meat, milk, and leather. Recently, we've had a lot more demand, but I can't expand my ranch because of the borders of the Native American Reserve. I wrote up this order and asked Earl to sign it. I wanted more space for us all. He declined, and I left. As far as I was concerned, that was the end of it. The sheriff, though, heard from Earl that I'd asked him and approached me with a deal. He said that he'd get the land confiscated if I gave him 10% of my profits. I declined that offer. I didn't want to go behind Earl's back, and I didn't want to make any unnecessary trouble. It seems, though, that the sheriff had other ideas. My brother died a week later, and I got a visit from John. He said that I had to play along and blame the tribe, or he'd pin it on me. I just lost my brother, the only family I had left, and all my ranch boys quit on me because they thought I'd done it. So I fell into the bottle and didn't surface till a few days ago. I know this ain't what Earl wanted, so give it up, John. Give it up! Arrest yourself! The sheriff had been watching this whole thing with a blank expression. For a brief moment, hope flared. Had Hollis really caught him off guard? Then he smirked, and I prepared myself for the worst. So it was you this whole time, then? I gave you the benefit of the doubt. I thought you wouldn't have gone this far. Bro. But hiring this man to kill Earl and pinning it on the tribe to get me to come out here and make an announcement, bro. He's sneaky. Only to present your phony paper and try to pin it on me instead? I know you're after the mayorship, Hollis, and you know you'd never get it without my support. Is this your way of getting me out of your way to clear your path? Hollis just looked at Cartwright sadly. I'm doing this for Earl and nobody else. Murmurs started up again in the crowd. But this time, they were aimed at the sheriff, not me. You know, Chester Bird. You know, I heard Dalton talking about the Native Americans not long ago. He was advocating trying to make peace with them and working on trade deals. Yeah, I remember that. I thought it was impossible at the time. Why would they kill Dalton if he was trying to help them? Dalton and I went back a long way. He never once mentioned a problem with the Native Americans. But you, Sheriff, you're always in the saloon going on about the problems you got with the chief. Slowly, the crowd started to turn on him. Seeing his last thread starting to run loose, Cartwright panicked. You're all talking bull. You're misremembering. You know they ain't, Cartwright. You killed an innocent man and you were trying to kill another. Own up to it. A few cries of yeah followed Jed's words. Seemed Hollis's evidence had been enough after all. The sheriff completely lost his cool. I won't have this in my own town. I demand order. This man is guilty. He stared at me with seething hatred, even as the assembled townsfolk advanced on him. Seeing they weren't going to listen, he ran to his horse faster than I'd ever seen him move. In seconds, he was gone, cantering out of town. I'm sorry for all this, McCarthy. I'll get him. He won't get far, mark my words. He turned to the assembled crowd. Ooh, angry mob? Who wants to join me? A few shouts of support rang out, and soon some volunteers left with Hollis to pursue the sheriff. The blacksmith went to get some tools and quickly got me out of cuffs, which I was grateful for. Everyone wouldn't stop apologizing to me. It's okay. I'm just glad the right man was caught in the end. After all the excitement that just occurred, we all needed a good drink and went back to the saloon to cool off. Yeesh. I couldn't get folk to let me alone. It was bittersweet. On the one hand, it was nice to finally feel like part of the community. On the other, I knew they were only doing it because they hadn't trusted me before and would have seen me to the hangman. News came back around 3 in the afternoon that Hollis and his band caught up to Cartwright and had him in custody. After that, at that, everyone raised a glass. By early evening, most of the rabble had died down. Jed and I caught a moment to slip in the back and take a breath. We were both dog-tired after not sleeping the night before. He took a seat by some boxes, relaxing back like he hadn't never sat down in his life. I laughed and sat opposite him. Heck of a day. You're telling me. I thought it'd be my last. It was too clever for us. Oops. What do you say? Log. If it weren't for Hollis, it might have been. I wanted to thank you, Jed. You didn't believe him for a minute. Of course not. You're my pal, Lee. You stuck by me, and I'm sticking by you. It was nice being here with Jed. Everything that happened was finally coming to a close, and we could just be normal again. Want to have that drink now? You know what? You got caught up in this for almost 3 hours. Riveting. I didn't think this route would be 3 hours long, to be honest. I thought it'd be like 2. Thought you never ask. He pulled out a bottle of whiskey from the shelf and uncorked it. Afraid I ain't got no glasses back here, so we'll have to swig one at a time. Fine by me. Indirect kiss? Then to Dean. May you rest in peace, old friend, and I'm sorry. He lifted the bottle up and I watched his Adam's apple move as he drank. Sensual. Then he passed it over to me. I raised my eyes to the sky as I had so many times before. Here's to you, Jimmy. Something felt different this time. Normally, when I was talking to Jimmy, I felt guilty. Guilty that Wild Bill was still alive and roaming the land. This time, though, I didn't feel that. It was more like a sense of relief. I think I understood why, as I looked over at Jed's smiling face and passed the bottle back. There's more than one way to do right by someone, and revenge ain't always the answer. Maybe it was about learning to be happy again, learning to love again. Maybe this was enough. Jed corked the bottle and put it back. I could tell something was playing on his mind. One swig, that's it? Penny for your thoughts? He twisted his fingers together and let out a long sigh. I'm still not being entirely truthful with you, Lee. What I told you about my family and my past, well, it was all true, but there was more to the story than that. My eyebrows shot up and I leaned in closer. Tell us. Tell us the tea. I recalled the look on Jed's face when he'd been concluding his tale, the nagging feeling he'd kept something back. I felt like I might be about to find out what it was. There was more to my past than I told you. I don't know why I was so afraid to say it, but I think it's because you're the first person who stuck by my side. If you'd left when I was at my lowest, I don't know what I would have done. So I couldn't bring myself to tell you everything. Now though, you chose to stay, and it makes me feel so guilty, because you should know who you're living with, and I haven't been honest. If I'm going to try not to be a coward, I gotta say all of it. I nodded, leaning forward further, prepared to hear Jed's final secret. His eyes were firmly on the floor, and his hands twisted nervously in his lap. Back when I was with Daisy, and Dean was trying to talk me out of it, there was one time. The time I finally knew why it was wrong to marry her. Why I'd never love her. He asked me one night if I ever had a girl. I told him no. Nobody had ever caught my eye before. He laughed and said that it might be a confidence issue. After all, I'm quiet and keep to myself, and I don't have much experience talking to women. I'm not sure about any of it. It seems plausible enough, so I start to think that maybe that's the problem. He told me the only way to fix it was to hire, prostitute, I didn't like the idea, but Dean was my best friend and the only guy who really knew me. So I went along with it. Maybe there was a grain of truth in it, I thought. Maybe if I knew what it felt like, if I got a taste of it, then something just clicked in me and I'd get sweet on someone. Well, next night, Dean tells me he's got a girl for me and we sneak down to the nearby hook shop. I didn't like the place soon as I went in, but I was there. And if my pa knew, he'd beat me, and if my ma knew, she'd faint. So I thought I might as well get something out of it. I went upstairs with the girl Dean found. She was nice and slim, big breasts and painted features. When we're up there, she's undressing, going on about how nice looking I am and stroking me all over. And all I'm feeling is like I want to get the heck out. She was doing all kinds of stuff. Stuff I've never even heard about. I just lay there, not sure what I was doing. Not sure what I was meant to be feeling. No matter what she did, Lee, I couldn't. It wouldn't. He gestured down at his pants. I nodded. Like a starfish. So funny. I knew what he meant. So after a while, she gives up. Says I must have been too nervous. Thing is, I wasn't feeling nervous at all. Just uncomfortable. But other men seemed to enjoy these places, so I was getting all up in my head thinking about it. Anyway, she had already been paid, so I went back down and got Dean, and we left. He asked me how it went and what I did. I couldn't lie to him, so I told him exactly what happened. And his face fell, and he looked all confused a moment. Then he pulled me back into a back alley, all alone, and he said, "Let me try something." I didn't know what was going on, and I just wanted to go home, but I trusted Dean, and I wanted to sort out whatever was wrong with me. So I said, "Alright." Next thing I know, he's pinned me to the wall, and he's got his lips on mine. We're kissing. Two guys. Kissing. I wanted to push him off and tell him it's wrong, run as far away as I could get. Till I realized that Jed crossed his hands together and put them behind his head, elbows on his knees. He was facing the floor. I knew now what was coming next, what he'd been so afraid to tell me. And I was having to try really, really hard not to grin, not to show him that from my perspective, it was the best news I'd ever had. Because I could see how much it still tore him up. My body was responding to him, Lee. I was getting hard, kissing him back and enjoying it. After all that time in the hook shop, and all that stuff she'd been doing. And then after one kiss, my first kiss to boot, I can suddenly get it up. For Dean, my friend, a man. I was horrified. I couldn't believe what was happening to me. Dean pulled back after a while, and I froze and saw it. And he just shrugged and said, "You're a mandrake, Jed. That's all there is to it." Mandrake, a term for a male homosexual. Why mandrake? Sounds kind of cool. I didn't know what to say. Heck, I didn't know what to think. All I thought was that somehow it had to be wrong. It couldn't be true. It was Dean's fault somehow. I didn't say a word. I couldn't. I punched him hard in the face. I still remember him crying out when he fell. Turning away from him, from everything, I ran home. Don't tell me that was the last time you saw him before he burst through at your wedding. Startled, I saw tears drip onto the floor. More than anything, I wanted to reach out, but I was paralyzed by the knowledge of what Jed's revelation meant. Yes, it is. No, no. For him, for me, for us. My reeling head was in a daze, and I had to push it all back to hear the end of his terrible tale. I was ashamed of myself, of what I'd done, of everything, and I wanted that night to never have happened. It wasn't true, I told myself. It couldn't be. I was a priest's son, and a good Christian. No way I was gonna let the devil get in me. Jed's breath shuddered as he exhaled and wiped a tear away. So, at the wedding, I told you some of what Dean said, but not all of it. There was truth to my uncle's accusation, because when my pa asked why Dean was interrupting, he looked at him full, square in the eyes, and said, "Your son's a mandrake, Father Matlock." No wonder why he got shot. Bro, come on. I'm here to say today in front of everyone that Jed and I have kissed, and I believe we love each other. Bro, that's not cool. He doesn't even know. What if he doesn't love you, bro? What? And I said that stupid thing and told everyone he was lying, and then... Dude, that sucks. Yeah, rude indeed. He did get outed. He doesn't even know if he loves him or not. Then it happened. The gunshot. At that moment, it all seemed so dumb. How had I ended up here? What was I doing? All that mattered was that Dean had been shot, and on my account. I couldn't think of anything but when he kissed me. He smiled when I ran to him, when I held him, even as he knew he was gonna die, Lee. And he said, "Be who you are, Jed. I'm proud of you." How could anyone be proud of me? Being, yeah, and on top of that, a killer. Everything else happened as I said. After I ran away, I thought long and hard about it all. I'm a freak of nature, and I've come to terms with that much. I decided a long time ago I wasn't gonna ruin some poor girl's life to hide it. Dean's intervention showed me how wrong that'd be. I thought about shock therapy, you know, to go and get cured. But it's expensive, and above all, I'm a coward, he says with a smile. I don't know if I'd be able to go through with something like that. So that's how I know this illness I've got now is my divine punishment. Not just for Dean's death, but for my being a mandrake as well. I'm a freak, a blasphemer, and a good man had to die for me to realize it. I'd long ago come to terms with myself, but I knew it weren't as easy for those raised in a Christian household. Especially if, like Jed, they were a firm believer. He may not go to Mass on Sundays, and he used the Lord's name in vain on a daily basis, but I'd seen the Bible in his room and heard him praying at night. Jed. Look, Lee, you don't have to say nothing. I've heard it all. I just thought you should know who you were living with, for real. And like I said, I won't blame you for leaving now, if you want to. You got your life to get to- wait, what? You got your life to get to after all, while Bill's still out there. Just, if I can ask anything of you, please don't tell no one about me, about what I am. I couldn't face going on the run again. Just wanted you to know everything because you're my only friend in this world, and I don't want no secrets between us. Well, you're about to get the best news of your life, Jed. Well, blow me away. I made up my mind on the spot, and if his words hadn't been enough to convince me, his earnest look most definitely was. If there were ever a time to tell him, this would be it, and dang the consequences. Wow, phrasing. I cleared my throat. I needed to figure out how to say it in a way he would understand. Jed, I can't say what it means that you told me all this. I'm glad you trust me enough to say it. You're right that a man should know who he's living with, and on that account, I'm also guilty. I'm not leaving you, no matter what, unless you kick me out. But after I tell you what I have to say, you might not want me to stay. Jed looked up then, his expression sharpening. I took a deep breath. You've been honest with me, so I'm gonna be honest with you, Jed. I didn't think it was the right time before, but I suppose now's as good a time as any. I haven't told you that Jimmy was considerably more than just a good friend to me. We were lovers. For a long time. That was a delayed reaction from him. Jed's eyes grew round as saucers as he looked me up and down. Let me finish, or I ain't gonna get this all out. He's too shocked to speak, too shocked to... The delayed reaction, it didn't hit him yet, what he was hearing. He closed his mouth and nodded, though I could see his thoughts were going a mile a minute. All this time, I've been chasing Bill because I had nothing else in my life. I thought that getting revenge for Jimmy would be all I'd ever do. But now, I've come to believe that there's something more important than revenge. I can honor Jimmy's memory in a different way. I've fallen in love again. I looked directly at him, so there weren't no way he could miss my meaning. He was frozen, most likely in shock. I barreled on. I know it's a lot to handle, and I can't believe I'm dropping this on you all at once, but it's how I feel, and more than anything, I'd like to stay here, Jimmy would have wanted me to be happy, and with you, I am. I haven't felt this way about someone in a long, long time. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. My heart was thumping so loud I could hear it in my eardrums. Do you still want me to stay? Jed swallowed thickly. Carefully, very deliberately, I leaned towards him. He watched me coming, knowing what I was about to do. I was close enough to count his eyelashes, those piercing blue spheres, not the spheres, trained on my lips. The last second before our lips connected, though, he dodged out of the way. I need a moment, Lee. This is all so... you know? I nodded numbly. That weren't a good start. I forced myself to relax. Jed had spent a long time trying to deny himself any happiness. It was only natural he'd need a moment to get his head around this. I'm sorry, Lee. I can't be what you need. No! My stomach felt like it crashed through the floor. Jed was shaking his head, his hands twisting, all nervous again. Here, we can do the sad PNG. It's not that I don't... I mean, you're really... He gestured at me. I spent so long not being what I am that I don't even know if I have the capacity for it anymore. You're calling the police? I'm afraid. He's just scared. He's a coward. Afraid of who I am and what it means. I've settled into an equilibrium and it works for me. Oh God. I can't risk unsettling that. Not to mention, I'm still a Christian. It wouldn't be right, no matter how I feel about you. Well, I had my answer. Swallowed, looking directly at the floor. The pounding in my head was loud and uncomfortable. I felt like I wanted to run far away. Luckily, Jed rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. I'd never seen him this awkward before. I'm not kicking you out. I still want you to stay. I can't do that. Be with you. I hope you understand. I'm sorry. I nodded. You mean there's hope? My mouth was dry. I understand fine, Jed. Don't be sorry at all. You gotta do what's right by you. But I don't think I can stay here now. I'm in deep with you, and if I stick around, it's gonna be much harder to get over, you know? Oh, no. Did Lee turn more gray? He does look kind of gray here. I don't know if it's the colors with the background. So I think I'll take off for a little while. Jed looked disappointed. It's his emotion. I'll admit, I was hoping you'd still stay. But I can understand why you wouldn't want to. As soon as I've got my head right, I'll come right back. I'm not gonna ditch you and leave you all alone here. I just need to sort this out. And to do that, I gotta be out of here for a bit. Jed nodded. Thanks for being such a good friend. You know, you're always welcome whenever you want to come back here. I'll be sorry to see you go. I smiled, trying to hide my sadness. Yeah, I'll be sorry to leave too. But you best bet I'll be back before you know it. So don't go taking Devin's advice and hire some girl to replace me, alright? He cracked a smile at that one. I might if you take too long. It was nice, at least, to see a glimmer of what might be normal after this. I think some time away was a good idea. So what you're saying is that Killer Bill's route is better than this one? I actually haven't played Wild Bill McCoy's route yet, so I don't know. But I was looking forward to it. Oof! Oof! After that, I headed upstairs and had a long sleep. It wouldn't do to be dragged out before I'd even left. Next morning, Jed was waiting with a bag of supplies and all the money I'd earned working for him. He looked like he was trying to keep a smile on. It wrenched my heart to know I was leaving him, but it was best for both of us. See you soon, then. Know where you'll go? I had an idea. Yeah. You can't say anything appropriate. Since my new way of remembering Jimmy ain't gonna fly, I think I'm gonna go back to the old method. After all, someone's gotta get Bill. Might as well be me. Jed nodded. Had a feeling. Well, good luck, Blackjack. Thanks, Jed. I'll be back before you know it. No, this is when we die. He held out his hand and I shook it one last time. Then I walked out the saloon doors, leaving what could have been behind me, and turned to face the sunrise. When he dies. Nah, I don't know if we die. It sure did sound like we were gonna die, though. Saying that. Oh, man. Bad end. That was sad. Or is it the bad end? Because we got the... I mean, I'm gonna go back and choose the other options, but my goodness, that was on a Monday. I'm sorry. Let's end this on a positive note. We're gonna go back and then try and get... And then we will get the good end. Whatever that is. We don't even get like a CG. Like, this is just like, what? A window. This is the teaser of the good end CG, I bet. You just wanted to see something casual in the background while you drew. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry you got so invested. Here, let's have this payoff be paid off for real. We'll do this the right way. Load. I'm gonna do... What is this art? Yeah, the main menu looks nothing like anything else in this game. Why is it more realistic? Beats me. I'm gonna start from the last selection. You think I leave now? Then you don't know Lee McCarthy. Give you my word and I intend to keep it. I'm staying here until you kick me out. Wait, can I like do the skip thing if it's like... Oh, so I guess it's new. Okay. Kick me out on my butt no matter what. Jed gave a throaty laugh into my shoulder. Okay. Skip. Skip until something happens. Blah 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 blah. It's not it. 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 It's the bad end. It's not it. It's a bad end. It's the bad end. Load. You wish there was this option in Black Mirror. Would be nice. The man knows when his time's right. I can't say nothing else except hope you decide to keep living. This CG is really good. I want so badly to tell him it was going to be okay, but I didn't know that. I didn't know what was going to happen tomorrow or the day after that. I wasn't going to have to live through the hell he would years from now. In the end, if Jed decided that a bullet was right by him, I wasn't going to stand in the way no matter how much it hurt. Oh god. Oof. Skipping. We skipping. This one? Skipping. Maybe it would be better for us to start from the first option to skip. I don't really know. What's the best way to play through the rest? It's not it. 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 Wait. It's not it. Let's go in the beginning. What's his first one? Sorry, Jed, I got something to do. No, it's definitely not that. Ooh, no. Load. Jed, are you feeling alright? You're looking beat. I laughed it off. Sure, you know we barkeeps don't sleep much. Too much to do to run this place. I can handle it, don't you worry about me. I weren't convinced, but I let it go. Skip. Is there a fast skip option? Not the coughing sound effects. Look how shiny their hair is, right? Yeah, good hair. If you don't want to go, I won't make you. That's not the right option. This is my problem with visual novels, like going back, trying to get the good ending, trying to get all the roots, the endings. Which one do I want? Which one do I want? They'll miss you down the bar. They're asking for you all the time. You got this charm, the sparkle that makes them happy. I ain't got that. I can keep the whiskey flowing just fine, but I ain't you, and I'll never be. Not looking for a miracle here. That's the same words. You feel like they're saying the same thing. I feel like for this game, it's like usually like at that option, whatever you choose, the one or two sentences is different, and then the rest is the same. Reach out and touch Jed's hand? Will he be scared of that? I didn't know what I was doing, but reflexively I reached out and touched the back of his hand. Jed glanced down, but he didn't pull his hand away. Okay. Okay. You can't believe you want a whole butterfly effect. He didn't pull his hand away. Jed drew his hand back. Oh, never mind. I was disappointed at first. I liked the sensation. He started pacing slowly, sipping his drink and casting me meaningful glances. He says, psych! Well, he didn't initially pull his hand back, so... Giving up ain't the right way, bro. Don't give up. Don't lose it. You got this. You got this. His hair looks beautiful in the CG. I ain't going nowhere. I told you that, and I meant it. Skip. I'm the sheriff. Okay. Big story. Uh-huh. Oh! He accepted it. He accepted the kiss. Good ending. Okay. This is the real ending, guys. Jed was breathing hard, and I was sure his heart was pounding at the same rate mine was. I like how this is looking. The way it is drawn right here. That looks good. The way they like highlighted these looks good. His little stubbles, amazing. 10 out of 10. Your skin is clear. Crops are flourishing. Very slowly and deliberately, I started to lean in. His piercing blue eyes were trained on me, but I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Then, for one brief second, they flicked down to my lips. I paused for a moment, giving him enough time to move away if he wanted to. But he didn't. Gently, I closed the gap and met his soft lips with mine. We both look really good here. Okay, the artist, whoever artist did this, good job. It felt just like I dreamed it. You're trying to say yes twice, but Twitch said it was spam. Oh no, Twitch! Stop gatekeeping. We need to squee and kya with no limitations. He was nervous, I could tell. But he was moving his lips, kissing me back, and that was all the signal I needed. I ran my hands through his silky hair. Yeah, he do got silky hair, alright. And I felt him barely touching my cheek. I wanted more. I deepened the kiss, running my tongue over his lips. Did they use the grass brush for their facial hair? Wait, we're scrolling down. I can't see. have not seen that grass brush in years. He opened his mouth and I slid my tongue over his, relishing in the sensation. You used it. For grass, as it should be. It was terrible. Shout out to the grass brush. Photoshop. DeviantArt. Good old days. Judging by the sounds he was making, Jed was enjoying this just as much. I ran my hands down his body, feeling every muscle, every line. Then I moved one onto his upper thigh. I'm not moaning here. Lee. I froze and pulled away, thinking maybe it had been too much for him. Dude. The lighting here? The soft lighting. See, this was the end CG of the bad end route. This is literally a peak of what could have been. Yet the glow is so nice. So nice. The hair. I'm so bad at drawing hair. Not to mention rendering hair. My god, look at this. Woohoo! Look at Saw. Disney. It do be looking like Disney. He looked at me in confusion. Did I do something wrong? No, I just thought maybe I'd gone too far for you. He grinned and shook his head, surprising me by pulling me back in. I met his lips gladly and melted into another kiss. He tasted like the best kind of whiskey. I couldn't get enough. I continued running my hands all over him, exploring every inch. When my hand brushed over his crotch, he pulled away, panting, and rested our foreheads together. Oh my god, the foreheads touching! I love it! We've got a lot of mileage with this one illustration. Hey, it's a good illustration. Gotta use it to its, best to its fullest extent. Maybe not that far just yet. Oh, he's so pure. He was smiling. I was still in a daze. I'll wait forever if I have to. Just kissing you is enough for a lifetime. Jed laughed, but then he pulled away from me, and his face was serious again. I went cold, thinking maybe he'd had second thoughts. After how that felt, I didn't think I wanted to kiss anyone else ever again. Only Jed. But my fears were allayed at the next words out of his mouth. Are you sure this is what you want, Lee? What'll make you happy? I mean, I know I like you, don't get me wrong. I feel like I told you I'd always been missing. I thought maybe I had it with Dean, but I was wrong. It's with you. I feel it with you. What they talk about in the songs. I never had that before, and I don't want it to go away. But I've spent so long denying myself any happiness because of the way I am. I'm still a Christian, and it's hard to come to terms with it, you know? I nodded. I could understand that. Honestly, I was surprised he'd kissed me so long, knowing what he'd put himself through in the past. Enough self-flagellation! Jed, enough! Regardless of how long it takes, I want to be there with you every step of the way, Jed. I want you to see that you deserve this. It doesn't matter who it's with. Love is a wonderful thing. Jed swallowed. I could sense he had more to say. There's also my condition. Right. Forgot. The brain thing. Before I could open my mouth to argue, he held up a hand. I know you're gonna say it doesn't matter. It don't matter. Excuse me. That's who you are. But please, think about it serious. I'll never be a healthy man. Sure, some days it might be okay, but others it won't. And later on in the future, I'm gonna get real bad. I'll need to start taking opium for the pain, and I won't be able to move as much, and I might even go crazy. Ugh. I don't want to shackle you to that, Lee. Not the opium, bro. That ain't no life. Are you sure it wouldn't be better for you to go now and find yourself someone healthy? Though he was doing the noble thing and offering me the way out, I could tell he was terrified I'd take it. His hands were shaking and his lip was trembling. It was then that I knew, even if he didn't know it yet, Jed loved me too. He didn't want to lose what he had, and neither did I. I reached out and took his shaking hand, brushing it gently with my fingers. I knew you were ill, and I fell in love with you anyway. Ain't a little thing like that gonna keep me away. Jed let out a breath. Are you sure? Don't stay just to be kind. I couldn't do that to you. Jed, I'm not staying out of pity or generosity. I'm staying because I love you. That ain't gonna change, no matter how bad it gets. I want to be yours. So the last question remaining is, do you want to be mine? Jed relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with their old charm, the skin crinkling at the corners as he grinned from ear to ear. You bet I do, McCarthy. I leaned in close till I was only an inch away, my lips hovering just above his. Good, 'cause I got plans for you. Yerp. He leaned up to capture my lips. Indeed. As I sunk into another incredible kiss, ... I couldn't remember ever being happier. Also, I don't think they used the grass brush. Maybe they used a hairbrush, though. Or just a really tiny pixelated brush for their facial hair. The end! Yes! We did it! Yeehaw. Tipping my hat. I tip my hat. Now you can leave. Thanks so much for hanging out. And I hope that made your Monday better. Like, not having the sad end, I mean. What a trip, right? God dang. The whole stupid sheriff. Thank you for going back. Of course. I couldn't just leave it at that. That was really, that was way too sad. Ending it like that. I'm glad we got the bad end first. So again, we can leave on the good end. Because if I got the good end first, I would still go back and get the bad end. So. Oh, goodness gracious. I did not expect this route to be 4 hours long. And you, Matashi, and you, my dear viewers. Have a good night. You need to eat. Thank you so much. Have a good night as well. Have a good meal. Alright. I'll be back next Monday. Not with more Dead Man's Rest. I'll be back with more Oblivion. We only have 2 routes left, I think, for this game. It'll be the sheriff, which I don't know how that's going to turn out, since again I said we had no chemistry, but after that reveal, I don't know. He's just going to use us? Is there even a good end? He's going to reform? I don't know. And then finally, Wild Bill, whatever, McCoy, whatever his name is. That'll be for the future. So there's at least 2 more times we'll be playing this game. Alright, thank you everyone for hanging out. Have a good week. Goodbye!